Chapter 1082. Xiao Chen smoothly walked out of the treasure master's residence without any danger or commotion. This allowed Ziying, who was following behind, to heave a sigh of relief. After all, this was Cloud Treasure City. No matter how arrogant the Seoul Hegemon Mount Manners people were, they would not dare to make a move here openly. However, before Xiao Chen could reveal a smile, he saw a group of unwelcome guests not far away from the treasure master's residence. The surroundings were quiet. Clearly, the Seoul Hegemon Mount Manners cultivators had already notified the people nearby and sent them away. Shi Feng had a casual expression as he led the three small perfection blue-robed emperor old men. Then he said to Xiao Chen in an unperturbed manner, "Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, are you surprised? As I said, I only handed the azure underworld fruit to you for safekeeping. Do you think that by leaving the auction hall early you can just walk away?" Dong, dong, dong. Urgent footsteps resounded in the surroundings. Several cultivators wearing the Seoul Hegemon Mount Manners uniform appeared on the walls and roofs. These people were all martial sages. They held crossbows and all sorts of ancient demonic energy cannons as they surrounded Xiao Chen with surging killing qi. Ziying's expression changed slightly, feeling extremely surprised. She had not expected the Seoul Hegemon Mount Manners hidden faction to be so strong. Her voice quivered somewhat as she said, "Shi Feng, are you crazy? To think that you dare to make a move in Cloud Treasure City. Are you really not afraid of offending the treasure master?" Shi Feng smiled and said, "Everyone has their value. I believe that the treasure master will make the right choice between the second strongest faction of the Northern Sea Alliance and has been genius. You too. If the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association still wants to do business in the Northern Sea, then shut up now." Ziying was exasperated. Now, she finally understood what Xiao Chen meant. It was simply too difficult for her to be smooth and smooth, currying favor with everyone. Beat him up. Beat him up ruthlessly. Let him know what pain is. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the Blue Dragon King. Shi Feng felt angry in his heart. When he thought about the scene at the auction hall, his rage flared. He had revealed his identity, but the other party did not give him any face at all, embarrassing him in front of the many honored guests. Like a fool, he couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't be bothered to say any more nonsense. He just wanted to vent his anger, or else he wouldn't be able to calm down. Whoosh! Behind him, the three blue-robed emperors did not say a word. They did not dare to be careless when facing Xiao Chen. They attacked at the same time, using their best killing moves. Obviously, he wanted to heavily injure Xiao Chen in an instant with the force of a thunderbolt, so as to avoid any new problems from arising. The person in the middle displayed a sword move. His body became one with the heavens, and a sword flew over, piercing through the void. Strange phenomena appeared, and its might was unparalleled. Of the two old men on the left and right, one was wielding a staff while the other was wielding a spear. Their imposing manner was not inferior to the old man in the middle at all. When the three of them attacked together, the color of heaven and earth changed at this moment. The curtain of night trembled and was on the verge of collapsing. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Xiao Chen gently pushed Ziying, and an irresistible force pushed Ziying back a kilometer in that instant. Now that there was nothing holding him back, Xiao Chen made his move calmly. First, a sword appeared in his hand. 9 flashes with one step, 9 strikes with one flash. As plum blossoms fell, Xiao Chen stepped on the plum blossoms and took 9 steps, sending out 81 sword strikes. When Ziying, who was in the distance, saw this scene, she was shocked. This profound martial technique was clearly the changing plum blossom sword. One of the 9 jade strips that Xiao Chen sold her was the changing plum blossom sword. Ziying guessed that Xiao Qin definitely had a copy of the profound martial technique that he sold her. However, she could not have imagined that Xiao Qin, a bladesman, could actually execute this sword technique so well. His mind and soul were present, and there was no awkwardness at all. The 81 sword strikes followed the mysteries of the changing plum blossom sword, breaking down the killing move of the old man in the middle. Then Xiao Qin kicked the old man away. That was not all. The sword in Xiao Qin's hand disappeared, replaced by a wooden staff. He grasped the staff with his right hand and spun it around 3 times. The howling wind gave off a thunderous tremor in the air. Then he took advantage of the momentum to withdraw. The wind and lightning suddenly stopped and hid themselves, clashing forcefully with the old man using the staff. Bang! The old man's staff shattered. The wind and lightning exploded, blasting the old man back and causing him to vomit blood. The wind thunder staff was another one of the 9 profound martial techniques. Ziying gaped, not knowing what to say. After sending the old man flying with 1 staff strike, the weapon in Xiao Chen's hand changed again, turning into a spear. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned around and thrust his hand back. Purple, lightning-attributed flames spread out on the spear. When Xiao Qin turned around, his spear contained great might, seeming to pierce through space. When Xiao Qin turned around and struck the spear in the last old man's hand, the spear shattered from top to bottom. Flames spread out and surged over the sky, burning endlessly. It was like the sky was on fire at this moment. The blazing flames burned endlessly on the horizon, illuminating the night sky and making it look very bright. Furthermore, it was one of the 9 profound martial techniques, Heaven-Burning Spear. Ziying was already completely stunned, speechless. The Xiao Qin before her completely surpassed her imagination. In an instant, he defeated 3 small perfection blue robed emperors. Furthermore, he used the weapons that they were most proficient with. Aside from the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, Ziying simply could not think of anyone else who could do this. After landing, Xiao Chen held the spear flickering with lightning-attributed flames and ferociously tossed it forward. The spear was like lightning tearing through the dark night. This startled Shifeng, who quickly dodged. The spear tip stabbed into the ground, and the spear hummed endlessly. Shock waves radiated out in all directions. Shifeng, who was retreating, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shock waves, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. In the treasure master's residence in the distance, the Cloud Treasure City, Lord stood on a tall building. When he saw all this, he muttered to himself with some pity, "If I could really advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, I would definitely favor you." The meaning behind the scene was that the City Lord's current choice favored the sole Hegemon Mount Manor's young manor master. Without the City Lord's tacit approval, no matter how capable the sole Hegemon Mount Manor was, how could they have mobilized so many people under his nose? The City Lord waved his hand, and the people hidden in the shadows received his order and withdrew. At the place where Xiao Qin and the sole Hegemon Mountain Manor fought, many black-clad men descended from the sky and surrounded the sole Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. The City Lord has ordered that private fights are not allowed in Cloud Treasure City. If anyone dares to make a move again, they will be killed without mercy. Someone in the air said coldly. They really appeared at the right time. Xiao Chun smiled mockingly in his heart. Since the City Lord's residence was so strong, why did Shifeng appear to surround him? Yet, after Xiao Qin gained the upper hand, he immediately appeared. On the surface, he did not help either side, but in reality, he favored the sole Hegemon Mountain Manor's side. "Let's go." Shifeng wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and glared hatefully at Xiao Qin. Then he quickly led the sole Hegemon Mountain Manor's people away. When Shifeng looked at Xiao Qin, he no longer had the initial arrogance. There was only heavy fear. The 3 small perfection blue robed emperors instantly lost to Xiao Qin. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had used the weapons that the blue robed emperors specialized in. In terms of strength, Shifeng knew that even if there were 100 of him, he would not be a match for Xiaoqin. After the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor's people left, the guards of the treasure master's residence also retreated like the receding tide, as if they had never been there. The merchants and cultivators that the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor had cleared out earlier also appeared out of nowhere. The desolate path slowly became bustling. Ziying floated over and thanked Xiaoqin. Many thanks for making a move earlier. Xiaoqin said calmly, let's go. It's just a small matter. I would like to ask you, did you learn all the 9 profound martial techniques that you sold me? Strictly speaking, I can't be considered to have learned them. I can barely execute them. I am still far from reaching great perfection and mastering them through a comprehensive study, not to mention comprehending the states and mysteries. Naturally, Ziying was not satisfied with this answer. Her lips curled up as she said, You are really humble. I have been used by others with spears, staffs, and swords all my life. I am not even comparable to a layman like you. What more do you want? Xiaoqin smiled and did not say anything more. It was not that he was being humble. The main reason Xiaoqin could defeat the 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors was that his heavenly laws far surpassed theirs. In terms of moves, they were about the same. Xiaoqin mainly wanted to test his moves on the 3. It looked like the results were pretty good. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry. I failed. I cannot help Senior obtain the divine grade black pattern gold and the azure underworld fruit. Shifeng led the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor's group to meet up with a mysterious old man with a family named Jiang. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. The old man with the family named Jiang remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, It's fine. I'll think of something myself. I did not decide to help the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor because of these 2 items. Shifeng was unruly and unruly. However, from start to end, he was very polite to this old man. His attitude was much more respectful than that of the few small perfection quasi-emperors of his clan. I understand. Senior rejected the Yi clan's invitation and came to my Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor. It is a great blessing. However, I did not expect something to go wrong with the gift that I originally intended to give to Senior. Shifeng took out a spatial ring apologetically and handed it over. There are 5 million black astral coins here. I hope that Senior will accept it. The old man with the family named Jiang glanced at the spatial ring and said, Your father and I can be considered old friends. Little friend, there is no need to be so polite. Let's go. It's time to meet your father. He still has not told me what kind of dragon cave this is. Are we not going to care about that blue dragon king? I was even preparing to find someone to block him after he leaves the city, Shifeng said. The old man with the family named Jiang waved his hand and said, There's no need. If there are no surprises, his destination in the Northern Sea is the Yi clan. You will still have a chance to meet him at that time. The old man with the family named Jiang still had something to say. At that time, he should be able to find out what exactly Xiaoqin was going to refine with the divine, grade black patterned gold. 3 days later, Ziying gathered all the divine materials that Xiaoqin needed as promised. Then, Xiaoqin sought out a quiet room from Ziying and started to refine the dragon, subduing platform, and the dragon, revealing mirror. In order to succeed on the first try, Xiaoqin took out the Paradise secret canon and carefully read the second segment of the ingenious workmanship several times. After that, he used some ordinary materials to experiment and gain experience. Only when Xiaoqin tried it out did he discover that the refinement of the dragon's subduing platform was even more complicated than he had imagined. The scale of the project exceeded his expectations. First was the platform. This was the most basic. The platform needed a dragon head guillotine, the dragon's summoning bell, the heavenly fire dragon capturing hand, and so on. Chapter 1083. It was not a single secret treasure, but a complete set of secret treasures. Every part was incredibly troublesome to refine. It gave the feeling that one would never succeed in refining it in their lifetime. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun searched through the first part of the jade strip, which introduced the Yuan clan. Only then did he discover that the dragon subduing platform was the Yuan clan's final trump card for suppressing strong dragon veins, the trump card of trump cards. The dragon subduing platforms that the successors of the previous generations had all spent at least 10 years of effort to refine. The Yuan clan's clan protecting treasure, the dragon subduing platform, took their ancestor 1,000 years to refine, reaching emperor grade. Without reaching a certain cultivation, one could not control this emperor grade dragon subduing platform. Hence, the great heavenly masters would refine their own set of dragon-seeking secret treasures before they were strong enough. Xiao Chen felt incredibly envious. If he could find the Yuan clan's ancestral mansion, he would be rich. In the future, if he could get that corpse from Batu, he might be able to find some clues. Xiao Chun set aside the refinement of the dragon subduing platform for now and focused on refining the dragon revealing mirror. The dragon revealing mirror was an ancient mirror. It required 100 types of divine materials and 49 profound formations were carved into it. The difficulty was worlds apart from refining the dragon subduing platform. Xiao Qin spent half a month to complete the refinement. The disc-sized ancient mirror was surrounded by a circle of ancient patterns, and its back was engraved with many mysterious array patterns. The front was a mirror as smooth as water. Xiao Qin spent most of the half a month on this mirror. The dragon-seeking secret treasures were useless in battle. However, they had a strong suppressive effect on the great dragons and evil dragons formed by spirit veins. Before subduing several holy spirit veins, their ferocious auras carried the power of the world. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to be careless. As for King's spirit veins, that went without saying. Regular Emperor Wu would not be able to subdue them. With this dragon-revealing mirror and the various secret techniques in the Paradise Secret Canon, in addition to Xiao Chen's own strength, subduing peak spirit veins would be a piece of cake. Suppressing a holy spirit vein by himself would not be a problem, even if he expended some effort. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they could find the dragon vein. Otherwise, there would be no stage for them to display their abilities. After putting away the dragon-revealing mirror, Xiao Chen went to look for Ziying and took his leave. "Young Master Xiao, do you mind having one more person on this trip?" Ziying asked with a smile. Xiao Chen looked up and asked, "Do you want to go?" I think you're right. With my age, experience, and state of mind, I'm still far from being able to socialize with everyone. Why don't we just stand in line and do something great in the Northern Sea region?" When Xiao Chen saw Xiao Chen's serious expression, he could not help smiling. He said softly, "I was just saying it casually. Never mind, let's just follow them. I just want to make it clear that I'll leave after meeting my friend. I won't be staying for long." However, he Xiao Chen, Xiao, he, Xiao, However, the other party did not even give her a chance to vent her anger. He had already turned around and walked far away. Ziying hurriedly followed after him. With Ziying following him, Xiao Qin, who had originally planned to test the power of the dragon-revealing mirror, had to give up. However, Xiao Qin did not forget his homework. He did not stop cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon. About half a month later, the two arrived at the island where the North Sea Alliance's headquarters was located, Soaring Cloud Island. Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the warship and looked at the silhouette of Lingyun Island. He wondered if he could meet Yi Qin. Cultivators usually did not have a fixed place to stay and wandered around. This was especially so for a martial fanatic like Yi Qin. It was hard to say. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" Ziying came out from the cabin and asked with a smile. Xiao Qin told her the truth. Ziying could not help but smile and say, "Don't worry, he will definitely be there." "How can you be so sure?" Zi said softly, "The massacre bladesman Yi Qin is rather famous in the Northern Sea. About half a year ago, he returned from the Kunlun continent. His strength had increased greatly, and he immediately challenged the life-killing swordsman, Yan Shursan. There's such a thing? What happened in the end?" "He lost by half a move. After that, I heard that he has been in closed-door cultivation at home and has not come out much." Losing to Yan Shursan was not an injustice. Yi Qin was in too much of a rush. The top swordsman of the Kunlun continent was no joke. "Right, in that case, I'll use this as a return gift." Xiao Qin thought of a gift. While discussing the Tao over tea in the profound domain's heavenly cauldron city, Xiao Qin had opened his mouth to speak, and many ancient sages had appeared. He had memorized the ancient Saber Tao. Among them, there was a detailed explanation of the massacre Saber Tao. Yi Qin would probably like it. There was only one vast and majestic city on the island, called Soaring Cloud City. It served as the central hub connecting the hundreds of factions of various sizes in the Northern Sea Alliance. Now, the Yi clan managed the city. If one wanted to find Yi Qin, one just had to go to the city lord's residence. When Xiao Chen reported his identity, the city lord's residence's guard's expression changed. He became much more polite and respectful as he quickly ran in to report. Not long after, a youth dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes appeared before Xiao Qin. This youth looked very similar to Yi Qin, but he was more mature. He led two old men over to Xiao Qin. "Young Master Xiao, you are finally here. My little brother has been talking about you for a long time." The youth smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Feng, Yi Chen's big brother." As Yi Feng spoke, he invited Xiao Qin and Xing in. His attitude was very polite, not showing any of the arrogance of a large clan's disciple. He gave off a good impression at first glance. "Haha, I already sent someone to inform my little brother. That brat has been cultivating to the point of going crazy. Recently, the inheritors of the Holy Lands have been heading to the heart of the ocean to bury emperors. They have gained a lot, making him anxious." Xing, who was at the side, said, "I heard that these Holy Land inheritors all obtain the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. Once they become a blue-robed emperor, with the resources of the Holy Land, they can immediately push them to small perfection blue-robed emperor. After that, it will be smooth sailing for them to become a great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, the gap between them will widen." Yi Feng nodded and said yes. 1 year from now, it will be the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Second brother has no choice but to work hard. The resources of our Northern Sea Alliance are no weaker than those of the Holy Lands. However, if he cannot find the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor, everything will be for naught. One needed an opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. One needed to rely on one's own comprehension. No amount of resources would be enough. However, it was different for a blue-robed emperor. A small perfection blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor competed in resources. Xiao Qin was very clear on this principle. However, he did not seek the Haotian Emperor or the Thunder King for resources because the requirements were too great. No Holy Land could bear the cost of nurturing two geniuses. The Haotian sect had its first senior sister, Shui Lingling, who needed to be nurtured as the sect master. The Thunder and Lightning Palace also had an Juanqi, who needed to be nurtured as a successor. Only now did Yi Feng notice Xing, who was at the side. His eyes lit up as he said, "This young lady seems to have not been introduced yet." Xing smiled and said, "Xing, the manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Northern Sea." "So, it is the beautiful manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Xenlai. Haha, I heard about you and was planning to make some time to pay you a visit. Unexpectedly, we met in advance today." Yi Feng smiled faintly. His words were appropriate and flawless. The two chatted happily. It was clear that this Yi Feng was different from Yi Qin. He managed the Yi clan's internal affairs in the Northern Sea Alliance, wielding real authority. As for Yi Qin, he was a pure cultivation fanatic and did not care about such things. Boom! Just at this moment, an extremely horrifying saber chi of massacre suddenly appeared in the air. It tore through the sky, wanting to destroy all life and slaughter everything. Before the saber arrived, its aura already gained the upper hand. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. It was already too late to draw his saber. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a palm strike. Surging heavenly laws drove the power of the world as he counterattacked. Bang! A huge force scattered the killing chi. The person who attacked revealed himself. It was Yi Qin, whom Xiao Qin had not seen for more than half a year. I am ashamed. It has been a long time since we met. Now, I can only see Brother Zhao's back. I can't even receive a palm strike from you. Yi Qin stepped forward amid carefree laughter and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. I heard that you came to the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why are you only here now? Big brother, go and prepare a banquet. I have to properly entertain this brother. Yi Feng smiled and said, Why would I need you to tell me about such a small matter? I already sent someone to prepare it. There will be a banquet tonight. Xiao Chun quickly rejected. There is no need to be so polite. I like peace and quiet. I just want to find a place to drink and chat. Clearly, Yi Chen was not a person who bothered with trifles. He waved his hand and said, In that case, listen to my brother. Come, let's find a pavilion and have a few drinks. Yi Feng felt that something was wrong. Now that the Blue Dragon King was here, he had to put on a show. However, his brother already said so. If he insisted, it would seem like a stranger. When they arrived at the back garden, Yi Feng ordered people to make some simple preparations. Then, the four sat down and started chatting casually. As the conversation progressed, Yi Feng discovered that Xiao Qin did not have any of the rumored arrogance. He was clearly more open, laughing nonstop and chatting about anything. During the banquet, Xiao Chen took out the ancient saber Tao of massacre that he copied and gave it to Yi Qin. Yi Qin carefully read it and could not contain his joy. He carefully put it away and performed a cupped fist salute. Brother Xiao, you have helped me greatly again. With this ancient sage saber Tao, I will have no problem advancing to the blue-robed emperor within a year. Xiao Chen had already accumulated enough. All he lacked now was an opportunity. The ancient saber sovereign's saber Tao of massacre was such an opportunity. However, this little brother is helpless about Brother Zhao's problem. At the mention of this problem, the atmosphere at the table immediately turned heavy and oppressive. Yi Feng continued. After second brother heard about the matter of physiological lifespan, he immediately went to ask father about it. My father said that there is a chance. However, increasing one's physiological lifespan is as difficult as cutting down the heavens and snatching fate. Yi Chen's father was the Northern Alliance's alliance chief, a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. He was a major character through and through. Xiao Qin picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he said calmly, There is always a way out. The great Tao takes 49 and leaves 1. Everything has a chance of survival. The Blue Dragon King's understanding of the great Tao is very enlightening. Can you explain it to me in detail? Steady laughter resounded. This startled Xiao Chen. When did this person arrive? Why did I not sense anything? Chapter 1084. Yi Qin and Yi Feng rejoiced at the same time. They quickly stood up and said, Father, why are you here? Haha, the Blue Dragon King personally came to my Yi clan. How could I not come? Why didn't the two of you tell me? The newcomer scolded with a smile, appearing very approachable. No wonder no one sensed him. The one who came was the greater heavenly Emperor Wu, a peak martial emperor, the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief, Yi Qin. Being addressed as the Blue Dragon King by such a person, Xiao Qin simply could not accept it. He quickly stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior must be joking. How could I dare to call myself king before Senior? Yi Qing retorted seriously. Why not? This is the title that the prime of the Bushin Palace, the Thunder King, personally conferred. Which martial emperor would dare to not acknowledge it? Senior, just call this little one by my name. I truly do not dare. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. The other party's seriousness put him at a loss. Yi Qing smiled and said, "Ha! I'll stop joking with little friend. Come, sit. Yi Qing had a natural charm. His words and actions were very convincing. After everyone sat down, Yi Qing continued, "The number of great changes is a phrase that the orthodox Taoist immortal cultivators often mention during the Immortal epoch. Even now, no one can explain the original correct explanation. The Penglai sees people all have their own understandings of it. Speaking of which, why does little friend think that only 1 out of 50 is 49? Heaven never seals off all paths, leaving a chance for survival?" Xiao Chen blushed with shame. He really could not come up with any great reason for this phrase. However, he often saw this phrase in all sorts of secret manuals and ancient books. He combined it with his flawless saber Dao and casually comprehended it, not daring to show it off in front of Senior. After Xiao Chen told the truth, Yi Qing smiled unconcernedly. There are many crucial and controversial points in this phrase. What does the number of great changes refer to? Why only 49 out of 50? There are many different opinions. Little friend, you can just casually say it. Yi Feng and the others also looked at Xiao Chen curiously, causing him to feel a significant pressure. He smiled and said, "In that case, I was just speaking casually. Senior, please don't laugh at me. The way I see it, the number of Dian refers to the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. 49 out of 50 is how I understand it. The number of changes in the heavenly Tao requires 50 to be perfect and flawless. However, the heavenly Tao left behind one change, so it is impossible for anything to be perfect. There is nothing in the world that is flawless. This is a sliver of hope. There will always be this sliver of hope. Everyone's life is spent pursuing this sliver of hope. Obtaining this one will create a new one." While the others were still at a loss, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "You mean that the great Tao will not change? Even if you obtain this one, the heavenly Tao will change. In the end, you will find that the number of great changes is still 49, and you will have to search for a new one." After that, Yi Qing thought of something and said in sudden understanding, "I heard long ago that you comprehended the flawless saber Tao. Originally, I did not think much of it. However, after hearing what you said, I can conclude that you have indeed created a Tao that belongs to you." Xiao Qin felt like he had met someone who understood him. He poured a cup of wine for Yi Qing and continued, "The great Tao is flawless, but it is also flawed. Flawless refers to a kind of pursuit, a kind of obsession. In life, there will always be a sliver of hope. Do not ever give up until the very last moment." Yi Qing felt something in his heart. Xiao Chen's words happened to touch on his recent troubles. He drained his cup in one gulp and said, "That's right. There will always be a sliver of hope. Who knows what the future will be like? No matter what, I, Yi Qing, will definitely befriend you, Blue Dragon King. When you advance to Martial Emperor 5 years later, this Yi will give you a big gift." Xiao Chen raised his cup and clinked glasses with Yi Qing, draining it in one gulp. This trip to the Northern Sea had taken up a lot of time. Given the tight time he had, it was not worth it. It was worth it to be able to meet his good friend Yi Qin and personally impart the mysteries of the massacre saber Tao to him. If he could befriend a senior like Yi Qing, it would all be worth it. Xiao Chen drank this cup of wine to his heart's content. Yi Qing smiled and said, "It is rare that you are in such a good mood. Let me speak about my thoughts on this great yen number, 49 out of 50. After Yi Feng, Ziying, and Yi Qin carefully experienced Xiao Chen's understanding, they were already entranced and gained many comprehensions. When they heard that Yi Qing wanted to speak as well, they could not help but become more interested. Yi Qin even stood up with a smile and said, "Father, let me pour some wine for you. Normally, when I ask you, you always say that you do not know anything. Today you should speak more." Yi Qing smiled and scolded, "You blockhead. No matter how much I speak, you will not understand. Instead, it will harm you." The great Yen number. My view is the same as little friend Xiao Chen's. It is the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. However, the one that is removed cannot be chased or found. 1, 2, 3. Yi Qing started counting. At first, he did not feel anything. However, the three slowly discovered that something was wrong. As Yi Qing counted them one by one, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly, and a small world suddenly formed. Every time Yi Qing counted a world, the small world would change. It was like everything in the world was returning to its place. As the number increased, the small world slowly became more complete. Tall mountains, flowing water, blue sky, white clouds, flowers, trees, and people came and went. Without realizing it, Xiao Qin and the others started silently counting along with Yi Qing's numbers. When Xiao Qin counted to 49, the small world was completely formed. Yi Qing stopped counting. Xiao Chen felt stifled. When he wanted to count to 50, he could not do it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, the number 50 disappeared from his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. Yi Qing drank the cup of wine that Yi Qin poured for him and smiled faintly. "Where is 50? This is my world. I am the heavenly Tao. The final change is myself. It cannot be thought of, it cannot be sought, it cannot be imagined." When Yi Qing waved his hand and scattered his small world, the other three, including Xiao Qin, showed incredulous expressions. They felt like they had opened another door, boundlessly mysterious and unfathomable. Thinking about how he had boasted in front of Yi Qing earlier, Xiao Qin could not help but feel embarrassed. This was the correct understanding. This was how the great Tao should be. Just at this moment, four people arrived with Yi Qing. However, they stood in the distance, looking like guards. One of them ran over and quickly said to Yi Qing, "Big brother, it is about time." The people of the Seoul Hegemin Mountain Manor and the other 9 factions should have already set off. Yi Qing stood up and looked at Yi Feng. "Feng, go and bring Mr. Qin over. Then we will leave together. Chen, take good care of little brother Xiao Chen and this young lady from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. Take good care of them as well." An indiscernible sadness flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Then he stood up to receive the order and left. "Little friend, don't let your Tao waver. The great Tao has always been one where hundreds of schools of thought contend. There is no correct great Tao. My Tao might not be the only one." Before Yi Qing left, he said this to Xiao Qin. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. I am going to the one you mentioned, the one chance of survival. Until the very end, I cannot give up." After saying that, the current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance left with the 4 people that followed him like shadows. Xiao Qin entered deep thought, feeling greatly touched. After a while, he reacted and asked, "Yi Qin, what is your father going to do? Why does he look so worried?" Yi Qin sighed and said, "Recently I discovered a dragon cave in the Northern Sea. It seems to contain a Holy Spirit vein, perhaps even a King's Spirit vein. My elder brother went to invite someone. Originally, he wanted to invite the publicly acknowledged strongest Geomaster, Jiang Tian. However, who could have imagined that the Seoul Hegemin Mountain Manor's people would invite him? When he went to invite other Geomasters, he discovered that the more famous ones had already been invited by other factions. So he could only invite a low-ranked Geomaster. Xiao Qin understood. Although losing a Holy Spirit vein to a major faction like the Yi clan was painful, it was still acceptable. If a king's spirit vein was snatched away by the sole hegemon Mount Manor or another faction, the Yi clan's position as the top faction in the Northern Sea Alliance would definitely be unstable. The importance of a geomaster in fighting for a hidden spirit vein like this went without saying. Ordinary spirit veins could be discovered with one glance. With soaring spiritual energy and various mysterious phenomena, it would be hard not to discover them. However, everyone could discover such spirit veins. The various holy lands had already plundered them clean. Once they appeared, they would incite the various factions to fight over them. In this day and age, if one wanted to discover a new spirit vein, they could only rely on a geomaster to seek dragons and fix veins. After the sole hegemon Mount Manor managed to invite Jiang Tian away, the sole hegemon Mount Manor had already snatched away half of the spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. The Yi clan had lost a great advantage. It was practically impossible for a mediocre geomaster to compete with the sole hegemon Mount Manor, which had the strongest geomaster. When Ziying heard this, she immediately looked at Shao Chen. She smiled and said, "In that case, how about brother Shao give it a try? He is quite knowledgeable about seeking dragons and fixing veins. It would not be too much to consider him an expert." Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation, "Shao Chen, you also know how to seek dragons and fix veins?" Shao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that Ziying was taking revenge on him. He took a sip of wine and smiled. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I only know a little about this. Before a geomaster, it is not worth mentioning." However, Yi Chen did not care that much. He stood up and pulled Shao Chen along with him. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go. In that case, come with me and take a look. I don't need you to do anything. Just watch." Ziying looked provocatively at Shao Chen, smiling gently. Her meaning was clear. "You did not tell me anything. Now, it will be hard for you not to expose yourself." Shao Chen could not avoid Yi Chen's enthusiasm. He said helplessly, "All right, I'll go and take a look. However, don't get your hopes up." Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. Just go and take a look. It will just broaden my horizons. Let's see how these geomasters subdue a dragon." Yi Chen led Shao Chen and Ziying, rushing all the way. They finally caught up to Yi Qing's group, who were preparing to leave at the gates of the city lord's residence. Shao Chen sized up the group. Not including Yi Qing, there were at least 3 Emperor Wu. The others were all blue-robed Emperor experts. There were also many peak consummation blue-robed emperors with souls condensed in their heavenly seal. Aside from these, there were also many strong Grandmaster-level martial sages standing on the war chariots waiting in the air. They controlled the war chariots into battle formations, enough to pose a threat to Emperor Wu. Chapter 1085. With such a grand lineup, it could be seen that the Yi clan's attention to this operation had reached an extremely high standard. "Father, wait a moment." Seeing that Yi Qing was about to board the war chariot, Yi Chen pushed Shao Chen forward and said, "Bring us along." Shao Chen is somewhat proficient in seeking dragons and fixing veins. Shock flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Then he turned to Shao Chen and asked, "Little friend, you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins?" "Humph. Now, everyone dares to call themselves a geomaster? You inexperienced brat, yet you dare to speak such nonsense. How come I have never heard of a geomaster clan with the surname Shao?" Just as Shao Chen was about to deny it, a rude voice rang out. When he looked over, the one who spoke was an old man dressed in ancient attire. This should be a geomaster that the Yi clan invited. Yi Feng introduced apologetically, "This is Senior Yuan Qinghuan. He has been a geomaster for 100 years. Senior Yuan, this is Shao Chen, an honored guest of my Yi clan." When Yuan Qinghuan heard Yi Feng's introduction that Shao Chen was an honored guest of the Yi clan, His tone softened. Then he said with a cold expression, "Since he is an honored guest of the Yi clan, I can't be bothered to say more. However, don't just casually say that you know how to seek dragons and fix veins. That is an insult to our profession. You are just a mediocre geomaster. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Yi Qin immediately lost his temper. Xiao Chen pulled Yi Qing back and said apologetically to Yi Qing, "This junior is only slightly interested in seeking dragons and fixing veins. I can't be considered to understand it, much less be proficient in it. I'm just going to take a look." Yi Qing smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go and take a look then. Feng, prepare a war chariot for them. Come, let's depart now." The group of people rode on the war chariot, looking like celestial soldiers and generals. On the war chariot that Yi Feng and the others were on, Yi Chen was still brooding. He scolded, "This old fellow is not capable himself, yet he is putting on airs. If not for father stopping me, I would have beaten him up." Yi Feng frowned and said, "Don't be rash. He is already the strongest geomaster I can hire. He has experience subduing 10 superior spirit veins." Ziying interrupted, "However, I heard that Jiang Tian once helped an immortal holy land subdue a king's spirit vein." Yi Feng's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He said helplessly, "Father no longer holds much hope for us to subdue this unknown spirit vein. It is unavoidable for the soul Hegemon Mountain Manor to grow stronger. We can only think of other countermeasures." Yi Chen asked out of curiosity, "What countermeasures?" Yi Feng remained silent for a while before saying, "If there really is a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave this time, then we should advance to sovereign martial emperor." "That's too risky," Yi Chen exclaimed. "There is nothing we can do about it. Once the soul Hegemon Mountain Manor obtains the king's spirit vein, they will definitely surpass our Yi family and become the new alliance chief." The war chariot fell silent. Yi Chen pulled Xiao Chen to the side and whispered, "Xiao Chen, can you tell me if you know how to seek dragons and fix veins? The sovereign tribulation is already very dangerous. Advancing it in advance will increase the danger significantly." Xiao Chen understood Yi Chen's feelings. After a while he said, "I can only promise you that if it really is a king's spirit vein, I can make it so that no one can obtain it. In terms of seeking dragons and fixing veins, I am still too inexperienced compared to those veteran geomasters." Yi Chen smiled and said, "That is all I need to hear." Xiao Chen did not know what danger he would face if he exposed the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. However, for the sake of this friend before him, he could only ignore the danger. The chariots soon left the cloud-soaring island. After flying for half a day on the surface of the sea, they stopped on a sea that was clearly unusual and densely covered with barren mountains. Up above, there were already people from many factions gathered together. Every faction's lineup was only slightly weaker than the Yi clans. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing so many Emperor Wus. The atmosphere in the air was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Xiao Chen withdrew his thoughts and carefully sized up the situation below. The entire sea covered an area of more than 5,000 kilometers. There were many mountains at the bottom of the sea in the south. Only the tip of the iceberg could be seen, stretching out endlessly. Xiao Chen counted carefully. There was a total of 18 mountains at the bottom of the sea, which startled him. While the peaks of the mountains above the water were no more than a kilometer tall, if one counted the mountains hidden under the water, they would be ridiculously huge. When seeking dragons and fixing veins, the first thing one needed to do was to look for the mountains and rivers, the ferocious beasts in the south. With such huge mountains and 18 of them, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine how many horrifying ferocious beasts were hidden in the dragon caves. Then Xiao Chen looked to the north. There were hundreds of small islands just emerging from the surface of the sea. The north and south corresponded. The ferocious beasts in the south eyed each other with malicious intent. The dragon guards in the north guarded the side blocking all evil. There were more than 100 dragon guards. Shao Qin was shocked again. No wonder the various factions sent out such a large lineup. There might really be a king spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. Of course, Shao Chen could not come to a conclusion too accurately. The third segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, The 100 Changes of the Heavenly Mysteries, introduced the existence of many fake dragon caves. Unfortunately, it was not convenient for Shao Chen to open his heavenly eye. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain more useful information. It was not easy to make a concrete judgment just by looking at the surface of the sea. Shao Chen looked up and frowned slightly. The sky was not dark yet, and he could not see the starry heavens clearly. This was a headache. Did you see anything? Yi Qin asked anxiously. Shao Chen shook his head and remained silent. Yi Feng turned his head and said, "There is an alliance warship over there. Father is calling us over." Shao Chen turned his head to look. The leaders of the various factions led the geo-masters of their factions on a very large warship, continuously flying over. "Let's go." The four flew to the deck. The deck was astonishingly vast. It was flat and boundlessly vast. Shao Chen felt like he was on an aircraft carrier that he had only seen on television in his previous life. However, the warship they were on was much more powerful than an aircraft carrier. They were not on the same level. A tall platform was erected on the deck. Yi Qing sat on the throne on the platform. His followers, Emperor Wu, stood on either side. On his right was the Geo-Master, Yuan Qinghuan. The leaders of the various factions stood on both sides of the deck with their Geo-Masters. The gazes of the various major characters filled with curiosity as they looked at Shao Qin. Although this junior was not as strong as Emperor Wu and was rather far from their circle, they had heard of his name long ago. Yi Qing smiled and pointed behind him, indicating for Shao Qin and the others to just stand there and not speak. "Alliance Chief Yi, can we begin the first step? The Geo-Masters of our factions have been preparing for a long time already," an old man asked with an excited expression. Although the other leaders did not say anything, they clearly could not wait any longer. Yi Qing said, "Let's wait for a while. The soul, Hegemon Mount Manor's brother Shi, is not here yet. There is no rush to check the earth vein for now." "Haha, brother Yi is really generous. Fellow Taoist Shi Tianyu is late. Sorry about that." Amid loud laughter, a middle-aged man with an aura no weaker than Yi Qing's landed on the deck with the strongest Geo-Master of the heavenly starry ocean, Jiang Tian, his son Shifeng, and a few Emperor Wu's followers. Shao Qin, who was standing behind Yi Qing, felt a gaze. He looked up and saw Shifeng looking at him provocatively. Yi Qing said, "Let's begin. Since brother Shi is here, then." "Wait." Shi Tianyu waved his hand domineeringly and smiled. "Checking the earth vein is just a small matter. There's no need for so many Geo-Masters to work together. Old Mr. Jiang alone is sufficient." The others could not help feeling angry. From the very start, this Shi Tianyu intended to exclude the others and monopolize the spirit vein. Yi Qing felt upset as well. This Shi Tianyu did not give any face to him, the alliance chief, at all, not taking his words seriously at all. However, even if Yi Qing was upset, he had to endure it. Who asked the other party to invite Jiang Tian, the strongest Geo-Master of the heavenly starry ocean? Shi Tianyu ignored Yi Qing and said calmly, "Old brother Jiang, sorry to trouble you." Jiang Tian nodded and slowly walked to the railing at the side. The people of the other factions quickly crowded over, wanting to see what would happen next. They saw the old man with a family, named Jiang, wave his hand and point to the sky. The clouds slowly parted like curtains on a stage, revealing a vast and boundless starry heavens with radiance. Jiang Tian waved his right hand, and a black flag appeared. Then he casually tossed it into the air. The flag transformed into 81 flags and stabbed into the water. In that instant, the surface of the sea turned transparent, allowing everyone to see the situation at the bottom of the sea clearly. The Jiang clan's worldly wind and water flags are indeed extraordinary. When many of the Geomasters saw this scene, they all felt admiration for Jiang Tian. Although they were upset that Jiang Tian managed to suppress all of them by himself, they truly admired his strength. Xiao Qin quickly walked over to the railing and looked at the bottom of the sea. After a while, his expression changed slightly. Then he raised his head and looked at the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Qin's expression changed completely. This was a chain of dragon caves. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. Perhaps there was an evil dragon hidden here. This was a very ominous situation that could kill Emperor Wu. 9 stars sealing dragon. Tanlang, Jimin, Luzuan, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuxiu, Pejuan, Left Minister, and Right Minister. All 9 stars are present. This is my first time seeing such a situation. There might be a king's spirit vein hidden here. Even if it is not a king's spirit vein, it should be a peak Holy Spirit vein. Yuan Qinghuan, the Geomaster hired by the Yi clan, immediately cried out excitedly when he saw the situation at the bottom of the sea, feeling extremely shocked. Yi Chen asked with a smile, "Can Mr. subdue and suppress it?" Yuan Qinghuan felt stifled. How could he have the ability to subdue Xiao Qin? Even if the other Geomasters were not around, it would be hard for him to deal with this alone. Furthermore, there were so many Geomasters, especially with Jiang Tian present. No matter what, it would not be Xiao Qin's turn. He turned around and said angrily, "Go ahead if you can." Yi Qing frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Mister, just tell me the truth. How likely are you to subdue this dragon cave? How confident are you in fighting with the other Geomasters?" Before a major character like Yi Qing, Yuan Qinghuan did not dare to be impudent. He stammered, Actually, I'm not afraid to speak the truth. All the Geomasters in the heavenly starry ocean who can compete with Jiang Tian are either dead in seclusion or consecrated by an immortal holy land. There is no Geomaster here who can stop him." Chapter 1086. It is not just this old man whose chances are slim. The other Geomasters' chances are slim as well. We can only see if we can find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Seeing Yi Qing's unfriendly expression, Yuan Qinghuan continued, "Well, this old man can't come here for nothing. Usually when I travel around the world, I found several dragon caves with top-grade spirit veins. As long as Alliance leader sends a few blue-robed emperors to follow me. After this, I will help Alliance leader you find a few supreme-grade spirit veins." Although a peak spirit vein was precious, how could it compare to a king's spirit vein? Yi Qing did not have any interest in it. He looked at the transparent seawater below and waved his hand. "We'll talk about it later." As Jiang Tian moved his hands, the worldly wind-water banner illuminated the situation under the sea. Some of the mountains, shrouded in fog, could be seen clearly. As the various Geomasters observed the earth veins, they could not help sighing. Occasionally, Yi Chen heard something about the 9 stars locking dragon. A great dragon would definitely appear in an auspicious place. He went to take a look, but he couldn't see anything. The bottom of the sea was full of messy mountains and precipitous ridges. There were no stars or dragons. He could not help asking anxiously, "Xiao Qin, what is the 9-star locking dragon?" Xiao Chen was looking up at the celestial phenomena. He withdrew his gaze and answered, "The 9 stars are the 9 stars in the sky." In the terminology of dragon seeking, it refers to the mountain peaks named after these stars. They usually appear around dragon caves. Among the 9 stars, there are 3 great auspicious stars. They are Tanlang, Jimin, and Wuxiu. Normally, there is only one great auspicious star in a dragon cave, and the quality of the spirit vein will be higher. If there are 3 auspicious stars, it will be amazing. The left minister's and right minister's star peaks are small auspicious stars. They appear the most, and the spirit veins with them are of superior quality. If there aren't even small auspicious stars, Even if there is a saint-grade spirit vein, the quality would be average. Ziying, who was listening attentively at the side, interrupted. If there are auspicious stars, there must be ominous stars. According to what you said, Pejuan, Lianjin, Lu Siyuan, and Winsu are the 4 ominous stars. Xiao Qin raised his head and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "You got it right away." "You're right." Yi Qin asked curiously, "When the 9 stars gather, there are auspicious stars and inauspicious stars. Why do so many geomasters say that it is auspicious and ignore the inauspicious stars?" Xiao Qin looked up at the starry sky and said with a double meaning, "This is the ingenuity of feng shui. Look at the 4 inauspicious star peaks. They are all lower than the 3 auspicious stars. Compared to the 2 little Ji Xingfeng, they are even shorter. This way, the aura of the ominous star will be completely suppressed. Not only will it be unable to display its might, but it will also allow the Ji Xingfeng to use its momentum to strengthen itself, forming the rarely seen 9 stars sealing dragon." Not far away, Yi Qing heard Xiao Chen's discussion and said to Yuan Qinghuan, "Mr. Yuan, is what little friend Xiao Qin said right?" Yuan Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. After a while he said, almost, but he still wanted to say something, but found that Yi Qing, with a trace of a smile, had already strode over to Xiao Qin. "Unexpectedly, little friend has such an understanding of seeking dragons and fixing veins," Yi Qing said with a smile as he walked over. Xiao Qin whispered, "It is just a superficial knowledge. Compared to the geomasters here, I am still far from it." Yi Qing did not think so. He said, "There is no need to be humble. If you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins, my Yi clan will have many opportunities to work with you in the future." Alliance Chief Shi Tianyu is calling everyone over. He says that it is about time to prepare to wash the sea. Just as Shi Tianyu was about to say more, Yi Qing heard a report. He smiled apologetically and led the 4 Emperor Wu and Jiang Tian over to where Shi Tianyu was. Washing the sea was to clear out the seawater and leave an empty space. Although the various factions fought among themselves, no matter who obtained the spirit vein, it would strengthen the Northern Sea Alliance. Washing the sea definitely needed to be done together. The leaders of the 10 factions of the Northern Sea Alliance gathered at where Jiang Tian was, preparing to clear out the seawater at any time to facilitate fixing the veins. "Old brother Jiang, can we begin?" Shi Tianyu asked somewhat impatiently when he saw that Jiang Tian had already thoroughly explored the veins at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Tian shook his head and said, "There is no rush. Let me take a look at the celestial phenomenon first." When the other geomasters heard this, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Not all geomasters knew the lost ancient stargazing technique. When Xiao Chen, who was standing far away on the deck, heard this, he took advantage of the fact that the many geomasters and cultivators were all gathered around Jiang Tian to sneak to an unnoticed corner. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned continuously as he executed the magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chen was not truly going to unleash Starry Heaven Storm. Instead, he wanted to use this magic skill to blur the original celestial phenomenon, covering up the light of the stars and disrupting Jiang Tian's observation. Sweat poured off Xiao Chen's forehead like rain. The originally abundant magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like a flash flood. Soon, most of it vanished. Jiang Tian did not care. After he clearly saw the 9 stars sealing the dragon below, he was already certain that this was a very auspicious dragon cave of extremely high quality. Observing the celestial phenomenon was just a habit. After taking a few glances and not noticing anything strange, Jiang Tian said, "That's enough. Do you see my worldly wind water banner? Drain all the seawater where the worldly wind water banner is. At that time, everyone, let's see who can subdue this dragon based on our own abilities. That way, we can avoid harming our friendships." The other geomasters laughed in embarrassment at Jiang Tian's last sentence. Who can compare to you, Jiang Tian? His words were as good as not saying anything at all. Yi Qing, Shi Tianyu, and the others turned around and appeared on the surface of the sea as if they teleported. With a shout, the 10 made their move at the same time, raising their right palms to the sky. A loud rumble rang out, sounding like thunder. A shocking scene appeared. Under the might of the 10 greater heavenly Emperor Wu, the seawater split into 10 portions like the ground. Each greater heavenly emperor controlled a portion, lifting up the vast seawater like it was a mountain. After that, the greater heavenly emperors casually tossed the vast seawater into the distance and landed on the surface of the sea thousands of kilometers away. The resulting tremors made one's heart pound heavily, deafening. The somewhat pale Xiao Chen walked to the side of the deck and looked at the vast sea below. Someone had dug out a large hole the size of Lingyun Island. Xiao Chen could not help but feel shocked. The strength of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was truly incredible. If he had not seen it for himself, he would never be able to imagine how strong these people were. Shi Tianyu's group suspended the seawater in the air. The various geomasters did not remain idle, either. They all took out their own dragon-seeking, secret treasures, and blocked off the seawater. Jiang Tian immediately descended and headed for the core of the 9 stars, sealing the dragon. The other geomasters quickly followed, their expressions extremely grave. The other lesser heavenly Emperor Wu and the blue-robed emperor also stored up power and flew down like sharp arrows. Then the 10 geomasters landed on the 9 star peaks, one after another, preparing to open the dragon cave. The mystery that had troubled everyone for a long time. What grade of spirit vein was hidden in the dragon cave was about to be revealed. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the dragon cave, sealed by the 9 stars. Only Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the starry heavens. At some point in time, the 4 ominous stars, Pajuan, Lianjin, Luzuan, and Wenxiu, had become extremely bright. As for the 5 auspicious stars, Tanlang, Jimin, Wuziu, Left Minister, and Right Minister, they were all dim and dismal. Not many people could recognize the 9 stars. Furthermore, the starry heavens were vast, with countless stars. Probably only Jiang Tian, whose attention was no longer on the starry heavens, could make out the reason behind the dazzling starlight. Good or bad luck was hard to determine. There was no such thing as an unchanging landscape in geomancy. Aside from Jiang Tian, who hovered above the dragon cave, the other geomasters stood on the 9 star peaks, each holding a dragon-seeking secret treasure. A tense and excited atmosphere filled every corner of the grand scene. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. Jiang Tian was the first to make a move. He raised his hand, and cracks appeared on the seabed. Multicolored lights spewed out from them. The other geomasters executed their various means, preparing to force out the spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave in one go. The multicolored lights flickered and turned into 9 beams of light before stopping. Dense spiritual energy filled the world, causing a colorful spiritual rain to fall. Splash! Splash! The rain did not stop. After the spiritual rain permeated the huge pits in the sea and every patch of mud, it gave off a vibrant life force. Everyone could feel the pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the raindrops, and they were wild with joy. 9-colored, multicolored light. This is a king's spirit vein. Everyone was shocked. Although they had expected this, when they personally saw the 9-colored, multicolored light and the 9-colored spiritual rain, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. How rare was a king's spirit vein! It was one of the standards of a holy land strength. A sect without a king's spirit vein could not be considered a holy land, no matter how strong it was. It was just like how the 9 ranks of the great families needed a holy spirit vein. The leaders of the 10 major forces were all gathered on the 18 mountains in the south, each of which was 100,000 meters tall. When they saw this nine-colored, multicolored light, their expressions turned somewhat complicated. The Sol Hegemen Mountainmanners Sir Tanyu smiled and said, "Brother Yi, with this king's spirit vein, the Northern Sea Alliance will definitely become stronger. In the future, you will no longer have to work so hard. You can rest well." There was a hidden meaning in Sir Tanyu's words. The ambition of a wolf was clear. How could Yi Qing not understand? He said coldly, "Brother Sir, you are really considerate. However, it is still too early to say this." Sir Tanyu laughed maniacally and said, "Early? I don't believe that with Mr. Jiang here, no one will have a chance to snatch away this king spirit vein. The two of you, let's not argue for now. Subduing a king's spirit vein is of great importance. Even with Jiang Tian here, we cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire Northern Sea Alliance." One of the older elders among the 10 reminded them when he saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was filled with hostility. When the two heard that, they snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Suddenly, Yi Qing frowned and stretched out his finger to wipe off the spiritual rain on his forehead. Then his pupils constricted and shock flashed in his eyes. The spiritual rain on Yi Qing's finger was actually scarlet. When Yi Qing looked up, his expression changed drastically. The 9-colored spiritual rain vanished. In its place, a blood rain fell in the sky. It was cold and emotionless, giving off an evil and strange aura. Chapter 1087. Blood Rain. Why is there a blood rain? Horror flashed in the eyes of the many cultivators on the deck. They had never seen such a vast blood rain in their lives. The many geomasters on the 9-star peak paled, their faces drained of all color. Their bodies trembled slightly. Blood rain falling from the sky, no light for 500 kilometers around. What an ominous situation. How can it be like this? The 3 great auspicious stars are suppressing the 4 great inauspicious stars, using their momentum to form the 9 stars sealing the dragon. This is clearly an auspicious land. Why is there such an ominous sign? Jiang Tian's expression turned grave as he looked at the sky. He saw that the 9 stars, including the Tanling star, had already formed a line in the pitch-black starry heavens. It was like a beam of scarlet light had connected the 9 stars. Linked by blood, 9-star alignment. Jiang Tian's heart trembled. Damn it! Why did I only discover such a celestial phenomenon now? If I had discovered it earlier, I would not have been so rash. I could have thought of other ways to subdue this spirit vein. Now that I blindly opened the acupoints, the scarlet light appeared, and the 9-star alignment formed. It was too late. Without saying another word, he turned around and ran. He got up and flew back, and his face was filled with panic. Now that Jiang Tian had left, how could the other geomasters dare to continue opening their acupoints? They quickly followed, fleeing in the air. A deafening rumble echoed through the world. In the south, the 18 mountains that stretched for thousands of miles and were tens of thousands of feet tall were completely shattered one after another, without holding anything back. Surging shock waves surged out. Even though the warship Shaochen was almost tens of thousands of meters away, the shock waves still caused it to sway left and right. The roar resounded, and the sound waves shook space. It was like a voice from hell. The huge warship could no longer hold out, and it collapsed. Shaochen quickly took out his small silver boat and boarded Ziying, Yi Chen, and Yi Feng. Then he flew far away at lightning speed. What was that? Yi Feng was in disbelief. Just the roar alone had shattered the sturdy royal-grade warship from before. The blood rain continued to fall without end. Shaochen stood at the bow of the warship, unable to answer Yi Feng's question. There had to be ferocious beasts hidden in the southern mountains of the Dragon Cave. This was the reason why regular geomasters could not subdue spirit veins by themselves. They could not deal with ferocious beasts. For example, this time around, the 10 greater celestial emperor Wu of the North Sea Alliance had been deployed on the ominous mountain. However, The situation was not looking too optimistic. When Xiao Chen collected the advanced spirit vein, a ferocious beast comparable to a grand master jumped out. No one could guess what kind of ferocious beasts were hidden in these 18 incomparably huge mountain ranges. In this sky full of blood rain, what kind of terrifying combat power would it erupt with? Only from the fact that even 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu couldn't take care of this group of beasts so quickly could he tell a thing or two about it. The entire ocean crater was in complete chaos, and the terrain had completely changed. Hundreds of mountains in the north rose up from the ground and shot towards the fleeing Geomasters. These mountains were much larger than the ones Xiao Qin had faced in the past. Even the blue-robed emperor did not dare to underestimate the power of these mountains. If he were to face them head-on, he would be heavily injured. Fortunately, the North Sea Alliance had made a lot of preparations this time. They brought several blue-robed emperors to help the 10 Geomasters block the many mountains. Quick, leave. This is a great ominous land with a powerful, ferocious dragon hidden. The many Geomasters shouted as they ran. The vast group did not even bother to wipe off the blood rain that covered them as they fled. After the Geomasters left, the seawater, which had been blocked by the barriers earlier, crashed down with the sound of the waves. It felt like the sky was shattering. The scene was incredibly majestic. The huge crater filled up, and the seawater closed up once more. The cultivators of the North Sea Alliance, who had escaped, all felt fear in their hearts. The earlier moment was no more than 10 breaths of time. However, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The sea churned endlessly, and the seawater turned scarlet. None of the Emperor Wu came out, still fighting with the mysterious ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea. The group felt very nervous. They did not know what kind of group of ferocious beasts this was. 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu and many lesser Celestial Emperor Wu working together could not deal with them. Plop! Yi Qing flew out of the water amid a splash. The 4 lesser Celestial Emperor Wu, following behind him, were covered in wounds. Yi Qing looked around and saw Xiao Chen and the others. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A strong suction came out, and the small silver warship flew over. Without saying anything, Yi Qing sent out a palm strike and tore space apart. Then he led the others into the crack. The figures of the Yi clan's blue-robed emperor experts all flashed in. The leaders of the other factions appeared one after another with Emperor Wu. They all had fatigued expressions and did not say anything. Then they tore space apart and led the people of their factions, preparing to flee far away. Everyone's hearts were filled with questions. What kind of existence made the greater Celestial Emperor Wu so anxious, not willing to stay a moment longer? The instant the spatial crack closed, Xiao Qin vaguely saw a scarlet dragon claw poke out of the water and tear space apart, tearing apart countless war chariots and warships. Fortunately, the blue-robed emperor cultivators above had all retreated. Otherwise, no one would have survived this claw. When the Yi clan's group reappeared, they were already in the sky above Lingyun Island. Yi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said sullenly, "Unexpectedly, there is a mutated evil dragon with a king's spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave. To think that Jiang Tian did not discover it and rashly open the dragon cave without any preparations. It looks like he does not live up to his reputation." Yi Feng exclaimed in shock. "Father, what do you mean by that?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "That is to say, no one can obtain this king's spirit vein now. If that group of people from the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor want to target my Yi clan, they will have to think twice before doing so." As Yi Qing spoke, a spatial crack opened. Shi Tianyu, who had an unlucky expression, appeared with the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor's people. Shi Tianyu happened to see Yi Qing smile and could not help but rage. He felt extremely upset, so he snorted coldly and led his people away. Yi Qin smiled and said, "In that case, we have to celebrate. That group of people from the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor thought that by inviting Jiang Tian, they would gain a lot no matter what. They are really sullen now. Yi Qing nodded and said, "There is no need to celebrate. After this matter, it is time for me to enter closed-door cultivation. Such lucky things cannot happen all the time. Only by advancing to sovereign martial emperor can the Yi clan maintain its position." Shao Qin smiled gently at the side. The obstruction of the Seoul Hegemen Mount Manor's plan would give Yi Qing a long buffer time to break through to sovereign martial emperor. Shao Chen had fulfilled his promise to Yi Qin, so it was time for him to do his own things. Yi Qing and the others tried to get Shao Chen to stay. However, when they saw that he had made up his mind, they did not say anything more. As Yi Qing watched Shao Chen leave, he entered deep thought. He kept feeling that Shao Chen appeared too calm. Something was not right. Shao Chen did not truly leave. One night later, when the morning sun rose, he appeared in an ominous land, a place where even Emperor Wu did not dare to linger. As he looked at the scarlet sea below him, Shao Chen took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully searched through the third segment of the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries. Shao Chen had discovered long ago that this dragon vein was not simple. However, there were too many people here, preventing him from displaying it. The underground had always been a place with the densest inattributed qi. Normally, the things buried underground were covered in inattributed qi. If one was not careful, they could mutate into something evil. If this turned into a great ominous land, the evil that came out would be even more incredible. However, no matter how well a mutated and corrupted spirit vein hid, there would always be traces of it. The dragon vein before Shao Chen hid it very well, nearly fooling most geomasters. Just from the landscape of the earth vein, few could tell that this was a dangerous land. Only by combining the stars would one be able to tell. If not for the Paradise Secret Canon that Shao Chen grasped, which was far superior to the geomaster's dragon-seeking arts, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. Even with Shao Chen's current level, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. I found it, with the blood linking, the 9 stars linking. The 9 stars sealing the dragon will turn into the blood berserk dragon formation. If one blindly opens the blood berserk dragon formation, there will be a rain of blood, which will multiply the strength of the nearby ferocious beasts. When the evil dragon comes out, it will flee far away, and it will be hard to find. Shao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, that was the case. He knew that the Paradise Secret Canon would have records of this. Recollecting his thoughts, Shao Chen continued reading. His main concern was whether he could find the evil dragon that came out or not. Shao Chen continued reading without missing a single word. Finally, he found some clues. The evil dragon in this formation would come out prematurely. There was only one choice. That was to swallow up the other spirit veins and find another dragon vein. Otherwise, this king's spirit vein that had lost its safe place would slowly wither day by day. Its rank would drop continuously until it disappeared. After reading up to this point, Shao Chen entered deep thought. This gave him an opportunity. When the evil dragon found a new dragon vein, it would definitely fight with the new dragon. When the 2 dragons fought, no matter who won, it would end up in a sorry state. Shao Chen thought about how the Northern Sea Alliance could not subdue this evil dragon with such a large force. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat in sorry states. Even if Shao Chen ran into an evil dragon now, he would have to retreat. Shao Chen thought about the scene he saw when he entered the void. The scene of a towering blood claw breaking out of the sea and sweeping through the surroundings still made him tremble in fear. Searching for the evil dragon was just a mark for himself. When he grew stronger in the future, he would come back to subdue this king spirit vein. A king spirit vein was not something that could be found on a whim. As Shao Chen continued reading, a clue that caught his attention appeared. The dragon vein that hit a king spirit vein would definitely form a small ancestral vein. As the ancestral vein continued to develop, a series of spirit veins would appear, ranging from high to low, from Holy Spirit vein to the lowest spirit vein. Not to mention the low-grade spirit vein. The Holy Spirit vein was already sufficient to attract Xiao Chen's attention. As for how to find this dragon vein in the ancestral vein, that would depend on Xiao Chen's own ability. After putting away the jade strip, Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye. A strange purple eye appeared, clearly seeing the situation at the bottom of the sea. The terrain of the dragon vein was already utterly destroyed. The 9 astral peaks crumbled, and scarlet bubbles continuously leaked out of the cracks in ground. I cannot see the ancestral vein's direction like this. I have to go down. Xiao Qin closed his heavenly eye and prepared to go down. Xiao Qin, it is best not to go down first. This place feels strange. Chapter 1088. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring, frowning as she tried to persuade Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin turned around and looked at Ao Jiao. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Little Ao Jiao, why do you look different?" This was the first time Xiao Qin saw Ao Jiao after consuming and refining the azure underworld fruit. There were no changes to Ao Jiao's appearance, demeanor, or figure. However, Xiao Chen felt that there was something that he had not noticed. Was he imagining things? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, indicating for Xiao Chen to take it. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed it. Her skin was smooth and soft, even giving off a faint warmth. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Warmth? What's going on? It is indeed warmth. Ao Jiao is an item spirit. How can she have warmth? That is inexplicable. Hee. I didn't tell you to hold it so hard. Oh, Jiao said coquettishly. Xiao Chen quickly let go. After apologizing, he asked, "What's going on? The azure underworld fruit has such an effect?" Ao Jiao said, "Do you still remember that old man in the Blue Dragon Palace?" "That's right, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace. He used a finger to send me away. After I woke up, my body has been slowly changing." Xiao Chen recalled that there was indeed such a scene. Back then, that old item spirit seemed to have said that when Ao Jiao woke up, she would properly thank him. What exactly are the changes? Ao Jiao's eyes flickered with confusion. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what the changes are either. However, I can clearly feel that I can cultivate on my own. This is even more obvious after I revived. The mutated fruit that nourishes the soul can allow my strength to increase significantly. As for what happens after that, you can see for yourself. As for what will happen in the future, I don't know either." Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, "Since that old man from the Blue Dragon Palace did this, it should not be a bad thing. After I become a martial emperor in the future, I will ask him personally and understand." "All right, I'll go with you. I'm strong enough to face the advanced blue-robed emperor now." Ao Jiao nodded. Hua! Golden light flickered, and little yellow feather flaunted its prowess as it appeared. It squeaked, indicating that it also wanted to go down. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "The two of you are not allowed to come out. I will go down alone. If there is any danger, I can use the freedom wings to flee quickly. But no buts. Just listen to me, okay?" The danger below was unpredictable, and Xiao Qin did not want Ao Jiao to take the risk, especially now. Ao Jiao felt helpless. She hugged little yellow feather and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. If there is any danger, remember to leave immediately. Don't worry. It should be fine." The ferocious beasts already followed the evil dragons far away or went to search for new spirit veins. Furthermore, I still have the life-saving feather that little yellow feather gave me. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. After Ao Jiao and little yellow feather entered the immortal spirit ring, he took a deep breath and entered this vast scarlet sea. Xiao Qin quickly descended to where the dragon cave was. Then he looked into the distance, carefully observing and searching the messy and dilapidated landscape. As long as the direction of the ancestral vein's origin followed, he would be able to find the Holy Spirit vein that existed in the ancestral vein. After subduing this Holy Spirit vein and searching for the fleeing evil dragons, as long as the plan went smoothly, Shao Qin would gain a lot. At the very least, he would be able to break through to the small perfection blue-robed emperor immediately. The tall mountains and the ground were all destroyed. After searching for a long time, Shao Qin could not find the ancestral vein's origin. However, he did find several traces of the evil dragons leaving. Half a day later, Shao Qin opened his heavenly eye again. The landscape was the most intact on a slope 50 kilometers to the east. It should be easier to find some things there. Shao Qin pushed off with his feet and flew in the water. His strong speed nearly split the seawater in half, creating a vacuum. When Shao Qin landed on the slope, he looked ahead. To others, the terrain appeared chaotic and confusing. However, when he compared it to the Paradise Secret Canon, many scenes flashed in his mind. As Shao Qin looked around, the scenes slowly became clearer and more complete. That should be the place, Shao Qin said softly as he used his heavenly eye to look at the terrain tens of thousands of kilometers away. A dragon returning to its head, 1,000 mountains surrounding it, and evidence from all directions. Finding the ancestral vein's origin in a situation where the terrain was nearly completely destroyed was not easy. Shao Qin closed his heavenly eye, intending to go over and verify it one last time. Then he could follow the vein and find the Holy Spirit vein that grew from this ancestral vein. As for spirit veins of other grades, they did not interest Shao Qin for now, so there was no need to waste any effort. Rumble. Just at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Countless blood-colored bubbles surged upwards. Shao Qin's heart tightened as an extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. A strange roar came from the distance. Shao Qin's body trembled uncontrollably as if he had met his natural enemy. A bone-deep fear prevented him from doing anything. How can it be like this? What's going on? What in the world is coming? Shao Qin panicked. It was extremely difficult for him to do anything. He could not even lift his eyelids, much less activate the freedom wings. Shao Qin knelt at the bottom of the sea as that mysterious monster approached. He felt that if he still did not do anything, he would really die here. Ao Jiao quickly flew out and pulled Shao Qin away, preparing to break out of the water with Shao Qin. If you don't want him to die, it's best not to move. Just as Ao Jiao was about to circulate her energy to bring Shao Qin away, an old man suddenly appeared. He formed hand seals, and many flags flew out from his body. The flags covered the heavenly mysteries and protected this world. Rumble! Rumble! The scarlet bubbles surged up even more violently. The entire Scarlet Sea was surging, looking extremely horrifying. When that mysterious thing arrived, Shao Qin felt like the little blue dragon in his dantian was carrying a mountain. The pressure was extremely painful. Shao Qin felt even more miserable. This was his first time encountering such a thing. He was shocked. After the panic, he tried his best to calm himself down. What exactly is it that makes my body tremble in fear, making the yuaning blue dragon martial spirit tremble in fear? I have to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, it will be a huge problem for me. Shao Qin felt like that mysterious thing circled the Scarlet Sea for a long time, like it was searching for something. After a long time, it quickly went far away. When everything calmed down, Shao Qin blinked and recovered to normal. Then he turned around and looked warily at the person who saved him. When Shao Qin saw this person's appearance, he felt somewhat surprised. It was actually the Geomaster that the Seoul Hegemin Mountain Manor invited, Jiang Tian, the person that Yuan Qinghuan called the strongest Geomaster. Ao Jiao stood beside Shao Qin, looking warily at the other party as well. This person had suddenly appeared. She could not figure out his intentions. Jiang Tian ignored the wariness of the two. He carefully put away the worldly wind water flags and gestured for Xiao Chen to break out of the sea, indicating for him to go out and speak. Waves splashed up as Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao broke out of the sea together. Ao Jiao asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen had not suffered any substantial damage earlier, so he shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Ao Jiao checked for herself. After she verified that he was fine, she relaxed. Splash! Jiang Tian broke out of the water and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "You managed to cultivate the heavenly eye. It looks like you obtained the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. Were you the one who used a spell to disrupt me from looking at the stars yesterday?" This person had a dignified aura. His cultivation was clearly much lower than Xiao Chen's, only Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, when he spoke, he was aloof, looking down on Xiao Chen. He did not care about Xiao Chen, a mere blue-robed emperor. However, this person was very natural, giving Xiao Chen a lot of pressure. This was the natural aura of a major character. No matter how the weak tried to imitate it, they would not be able to imitate it. Xiao Chen nodded calmly. There was nothing to deny. Jiang Tian snorted coldly and said, "You are really daring to do anything. Perhaps I really should not have saved you earlier. It would have been better to let that Ho ghost eat you up." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know what that thing is?" "There are very few things in this world that I do not know about. That is a Ho, an ancient ferocious beast that feeds on dragons. It eats dragon brains and swallows dragon marrow. Killing dragons is like squashing earthworms. It is the natural enemy of all dragons. 10,000 years ago, if not for the Qing Emperor killing it, leaving behind only a scattered soul, you would have died here even if you had 8 lives." Jiang Tian said unhurriedly with a cold smile on his face. Unexpectedly, dragons had a natural enemy. Furthermore, it was such a tyrannical natural enemy. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of this. Xiao Chen finally understood why his body trembled in fear, feeling so powerless. He was the Blue Dragon King. He possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit and cultivated the Blue Dragon body nourishing art. Whether he was willing or not, the mark of a dragon was deeply ingrained in his bones. He could not wash it off no matter what. Fortunately, the Qing Emperor killed it, leaving only its soul. What did it come here for? Xiao Chen asked as he met Jiang Tian's gaze. He felt that this person before him gave off a mysterious feeling. Indeed, as Jiang Tian said, he was omniscient. Naturally, it smelled a dragon and wanted to eat that 9-star evil dragon to recover its strength. Jiang Tian replied indifferently. And said in a cold voice, "Since we are done with the small talk, take out the divine grade black patterned gold that you obtained from the auction in Cloud Treasure City." "What for?" "This old man saved your life. Do you think it was for nothing?" Xiao Chen was speechless. This was the first time he met such a tyrannical person. He did not seem to have asked for help. However, even if Xiao Chen wanted to, he could not hand over the divine grade black patterned gold. He had already merged it into the dragon revealing mirror. Ao Jiao, who was at the side, could no longer watch this. She scolded angrily, "You old fellow, you are too shameless. How can you do this? Forcefully saving someone and then demanding something." Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Ao Jiao. Then he took out the dragon revealing mirror, which gave off a divine aura, and handed it to Jiang Tian. "I already used the divine grade black patterned gold. If you want it, you can refine this dragon revealing mirror." Ao Jiao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. The dragon revealing mirror was crucial to whether Xiao Chen could subdue the Holy Spirit vein. How could he just give it away like that? Jiang Tian received the dragon revealing mirror with a slightly dissatisfied expression. He commented, "The craftsmanship is pretty good. This dragon revealing mirror ranks among the top 10 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Unfortunately, I do not know the Paradise secret canon, so I cannot activate it. I can only treat it as trash and melt it down. Even so, I can only take out half of the divine, grade black pattern gold. Chapter 1089. It's Esoso. Consider this a pass. There is also the azure underworld fruit. Your soul is not injured. Don't tell me that you used it already. Take it out as well. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he stopped Ao Jiao, who was about to fly into a rage. He said calmly, I'm sorry about this. I have indeed used it. If old sir has any other requests, you can state them all. I have 10 million black astral coins, a Holy Spirit vein, an Emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown, an incomplete immortal equipment, the beautiful mountain and river painting. Xiao Qin did not like owing favors, especially to people he did not like. If he could settle things with them, he would do so as soon as possible. Precious treasures came out of Xiao Chen's mouth, but Jiang Tian remained unmoved. He interrupted impatiently. Don't treat trash as treasure. How laughable. I only want the azure underworld fruit. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Which one of the things in his hand would not make the blue-robed emperor risk his life for it? To think that this fellow was lying through his teeth. Jiang Tian glanced at Ao Jiao. Then he said in understanding, So, it was refined by you, the item's spirit. No wonder you were unable to hand it over. Looking at your eyes, it seems like you do not feel that your body is full of trash. Country bumpkin, you're looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll return your dragon, revealing mirror. Now, you have to help me with something before you can repay this favor. Xiao Chen did not know what was going on. What exactly was this Jiang Tian thinking? He could not figure it out at all. Xiao Chen did not accept the dragon revealing mirror. He frowned and said, I do have to repay this favor. However, I still have something to do. Time is limited. If Mr. Jiang keeps pestering me, I can only put this favor aside for now. Goodbye. Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said something to do? Do you think that after learning the half-baked Paradise secret canon, you can subdue and suppress spirit veins all over the world to help you gather the resources for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate? Indeed, you have some advantages. You are as strong as the great perfection blue-robed emperor, and do not need the cooperation of cultivators to suppress spirit veins. However, if you really think that you are too naive... Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the other party with a serious expression. What do you mean? Jiang Tian smiled and said, I am certain that you have not finished reading the first part of the Paradise secret canon that is not directly related to the dragon-seeking secret technique. Otherwise, you would not ask that. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The contents of the first part were all messy records. It had nothing to do with the dragon-seeking secret skill. He had indeed only read the beginning and skipped over it. It wasn't that he couldn't concentrate, but he didn't have much time. He really couldn't spend it on these unimportant things. Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Tian did not answer. Instead, he said with a cold expression, Pick up your dragon revealing mirror and obediently follow me to do something. Otherwise, not to mention becoming a martial emperor in 5 years, if you really do as you wish, you might not even live for a year. Ao Jiao muttered in a soft voice, acting all mysterious. Jiang Tian directly ignored her. He looked at the silent Xiao Chen and said, Do you really want to die that much? Or are you in a rush to subdue a Holy Spirit vein 50,000 kilometers away? It is just a Holy Spirit vein. So what if I give you one? Whoosh! Golden rain fell from the sky. A roaming dragon flew out of Jiang Tian's body and danced in the air, calling the wind and summoning the rain. This was a bona fide Holy Spirit vein. Xiao Chen made up his mind. He opened his mouth and swallowed this Holy Spirit vein. Then he closed his eyes and refined it. As the Holy Spirit vein was refined, the thousands of motes of liquid that formed the heavenly seal slowly turned corporeal, gaining some texture. It no longer looked as soft as before. The entire dragon-shaped heavenly seal's silhouette became much more solid. Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved significantly. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and picked up the dragon, revealing mirror on the sea. Then he said to the strange Jiang Tian, "I'll come with you. At least you have some boldness. Otherwise, it would be useless to bring you over. Come with me to meet a few people first." Jiang Tian turned around expressionlessly. Xiao Chen quickly followed and asked, "Who are you meeting?" "A true geomaster." "A true geomaster?" Xiao Chen felt somewhat dizzy. Many geomasters regarded Jiang Tian as the strongest geomaster. After the soul he Gemin Mountain Manor invited him out, all the geomasters lost their fighting spirit. Such a person definitely lived up to his reputation. However, now Jiang Tian said that he wanted to bring Xiao Chen to meet a true geomaster. Could it be that there were stronger geomasters than him? Xiao Chen could not suppress the doubts in his heart. He could not help feeling curious about this strange Jiang Tian, who did not play by the rules. "Senior, aren't you known as the strongest geomaster? Could it be that you are not a true geomaster? Are there people who are stronger than you in seeking dragons and fixing veins?" Jiang Tian mocked. "That group of geomasters only have the title of geomaster. What kind of geomaster are they? They are not even comparable to a half-baked person like you. To think that they are not embarrassed to call themselves geomasters? I never said that I was the strongest geomaster. When we get there later, keep your eyes open and don't speak nonsense. You have no right to speak there." Jiang Tian's words always had a hint of arrogance. Xiao Chen did not feel convinced. However, when he thought about how even the Soul Hegemin Mountain Manor's Manor Lord was polite to Jiang Tian, he could not help but feel unconvinced. The other party circle was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Hence, he could only teach Jiang Tian a lesson. Xiao Chen had a proud character, but he was not an ignorant fanatic who showed off his arrogance. He had always been respectful and knew how to endure and learn, carefully walking the path of cultivation. For now, Xiao Chen wanted to see what Jiang Tian was up to. Furthermore, Jiang Tian said earlier that Xiao Chen was too naive. He had to figure out why. Xiao Chen said, "Very well, I won't ask about that. However, I already promised you. Now, you have to tell me what you want to do, right? If you can give me the divine grade black pattern gold and the azure underworld fruit, I won't care where you go. If you can't give them to me, don't ask. Someone will tell you when we get there," Jiang Tian said without even turning his head as he strode forward. "Never mind. If I don't want to ask, then so be it." Xiao Chen followed behind Jiang Tian. At the same time, he took some time to carefully study the fourth section of the Paradise Secret Canon, Prison Drawing. Prison Drawing mainly emphasized the practical secret techniques of the Paradise Secret Canon. When cultivated to a high level, one could change the world with a wave of one's hand. If one wanted to cultivate this series of secret techniques, one had to cultivate the Paradise Divine art first. This cultivation technique was split into 7 layers. The cultivation of the Paradise Divine art required one's usage of the heavenly eye to reach a certain level. Xiao Chen asked himself if he could already control the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could open and close the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could also focus his gaze to see even further away. He could also use the heavenly eye to distinguish between illusion and reality. Xiao Chen should have already met the cultivation requirements of the Paradise Divine Art. It was time to make preparations to cultivate it. Jiang Tian, who was walking in front, turned his head back and saw that Xiao Chen did not relax even as he walked. It seemed like Xiao Chen was making good use of his time to cultivate. No matter how much Jiang Tian looked down on Xiao Chen, it was rare for someone of the younger generation to have such patience and perseverance. After walking for half a day, a lone island appeared before Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian immediately went up and Xiao Chun followed close behind. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and carefully sized up the island. There was already an old man seated cross-legged on the island. When the old man heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and sized up Xiao Chen, who was behind Jiang Tian. Then he smiled and said, "Jiang Tian, since when did you start taking in disciples?" Jiang Tian replied indifferently, "I already swore that I would never take in a disciple in this lifetime. I will not break the rules of the Geomasters." "Haha, how unfortunate. You have no children, and you do not want to take in disciples. Your bloodline is probably going to end soon," the old man said with a smile. "Cut the crap." Clearly, Jiang Tian was not willing to discuss this topic. He directly said, "Let me introduce first. This is Xiao Chen, the Blue Dragon King, personally appointed by the Thunder King. He is the culprit behind the appearance of the 9-star evil dragon this time." Xiao Chen felt that he was not in a position to speak, so he did not argue, tacitly agreeing. Following that, Jiang Tian introduced this old man. This old man was called Bai Mingfeng, a hidden geomaster. Ordinary people would not know this name. After the introductions, the two started chatting, leaving Xiao Chen at the side. Xiao Chen did not interrupt, listening calmly. From the contents of the two's conversation, he roughly understood what Jiang Tian wanted him to do. When the 9-star evil dragon appeared, it needed to find another dragon cave with a king's spirit vein to survive. Then, it needed to kill and swallow up the original king's spirit vein. If that were all, it would not be a big deal. What the two geomasters worried about was the mysterious phenomenon of 9 stars aligning and a rain of blood falling from the sky when the evil dragon appeared. The 9-star evil dragon had already mutated and metamorphosed again, becoming the legendary 10-star evil dragon. It would continue swallowing until it swallowed up all the king's spirit veins in the entire heavenly starry ocean. This would result in a calamity that might even threaten the 3 ancestor veins of the heavenly starry ocean, wiping out the spiritual energy of the heavenly starry ocean and turning it into a wasteland. Is it that serious? Xiao Chen could not help interrupting as he listened at the side. Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "How do you think those desolate seas formed on the sea chart? There are precedents for this. In the end, you are the one who caused this calamity. If you cannot take out the divine grade black pattern gold and the azure underworld fruit, then just obediently help me suppress and seal this evil dragon." Bai Mingfeng frowned and asked, "What can he help us with?" "Leave that Ho ghost to him to deal with. Leave the rest to us," Jiang Tian said indifferently. "What the heck?" Xiao Chen originally thought that the other party was interested in his paradise secret canon. He had not expected that Jiang Tian wanted him to deal with the Ho ghost. Bai Mingfeng reacted and smiled. "Yes, indeed. Only he can deal with that darn thing." Xiao Chen said awkwardly, "Senior is joking, right?" When the Ho ghost passed by, Xiao Chen could not even move. How could he deal with it? Jiang Tian retorted rudely. Back then, the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho even at his peak. "You are the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Don't tell me that you cannot deal with a Ho ghost that has turned into a soul. Don't worry. Your body already endured the terrifying might and pressure once. It will be better the second time." Seeing that Xiao Chen still hesitated, Jiang Tian said coldly, "No matter what method you think of, you have to block that Ho ghost. This fellow is even more of a threat than the evil dragon." Chapter 1090. Once this is done, I'll help you get the Saint Spirit vein you want. If we fail, I'll make it clear to you that you will not be alive to collect the Holy Spirit vein hidden at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. Now that he had boarded a pirate ship, he had no choice but to agree. Footsteps resounded, and 2 old men walked over to the lone island. The 2 old men glanced at Xiao Chen and ignored him. They said calmly, "We found the tracks of that evil dragon. We have to be fast. Otherwise, it will find the first king's spirit vein in less than 3 days. Let's go." Bai Mingfeng and Jiang Tian were swift and decisive. They immediately stood up and left, quickly following the two old men. The four old men rode the wind, merging with the world. Their speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Qin, these people are hidden geomasters. The matter of the 10-star evil dragon should be true, Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Qin nodded, agreeing with Ao Jiao's opinion. These four geomasters were all extraordinary, unfathomable, much more brilliant than he was. How much do you think we can trust Jiang Tian's words? Xiao Qin asked. Ao Jiao thought for a while and said somewhat dispiritedly, "This old man is very hateful, completely unfathomable. However, I feel that his words are somewhat trustworthy. It was better to trust him than not. After this matter was over, let's see what reasoning he can come up with." "We've arrived." The two old men at the front stopped and said. Xiao Qin looked around. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see. All he could see was a flat sea. The sky and the sea merged into one. He could not see the end. There was not even an island. "Stand to the side. When that Ho ghost smells it, it will definitely chase after us. Just remember not to let that ghostly thing block us." Jiang Tian directed Xiao Qin to stand far away. Then, together with Bai Mingfeng, he explained to the other two old men, dispelling their doubts. "Open." The four old men made a gesture and shouted softly. The seawater was like a curtain, slowly pulling open from the middle. Soon, the whole picture of the seabed was directly exposed to their vision. A huge scarlet dragon lay quietly at the bottom of the sea, coldly eyeing the four geomasters in the air. A great battle was about to break out. In the distance, Xiao Chun sighed in amazement at the means of these geomasters. With their combined strength, they were actually able to easily split apart the seawater, intending to suppress this dragon alone. For geomasters chanted their incantations in the vast seabed. As they waved their hands, the topography of the seabed changed rapidly. Like the work of the gods, all sorts of strangely shaped mountains rose into the air, forming different landforms and suppressing the blood dragon. After Xiao Qin figured out these people's intentions, he could not help but praise them in his heart. These four old geomasters were actually thinking of using manpower to create a dragon cave to bury this dragon. Gulp, gulp. The sound of bubbles resounded. Xiao Qin lowered his head to take a look, and his expression could not help but change. Trouble had arrived. "It's coming." As the bubbles churned, fog rose from the surface of the sea. Xiao Chun thought to himself as he looked into the distance. The natural enemy of dragons, the ancient mutated beast Ho. It eats dragon brains and dragon marrow. It kills dragons like crushing earthworms. Let me see what exactly it looks like. A green figure walked out of the fog. Xiao Qin could not see it clearly at all. That green figure flew past him, heading for the blood dragon at the bottom of the huge pit behind him. It was like the Ho ghost saw an incredibly delicious delicacy, luring it to charge over without a care for anything else. The four geomasters used their dragon-seeking arts to create a dragon vein, a tall mountain, and a long river. Tall mountains rose into the air, crisscrossing each other as they suppressed this 10-star evil dragon. The two sides exchanged blows, fighting intensely. When the Ho ghost appeared, the evil dragon trembled in fear. Its eyes filled with horror. However, the four geomasters ignored the Ho ghost, continuing to do what they were doing as if they did not see it. They even took advantage of the evil dragon's fear to raise many tall mountains, stacking them like building blocks to suppress the blood dragon. Tens of kilometers away, Xiao Qin, who was on the surface of the sea, felt very puzzled. What was going on? The Ho ghost, which was charging at the evil dragon, suddenly turned around and stopped in midair. It stared at Xiao Qin and gave off a jade-green light. Its gaze was filled with boundless hatred. This overwhelming hatred caused it to ignore its favorite delicacy, not caring about it at all. Xiao Qin finally saw the Ho ghost's appearance clearly. Its body was like a horse, and its entire body was jade green. However, its 4 hooves were slender beast claws with incredibly sharp claws. Its head was like a lion's and had sharp fangs. Although it was a soul, Xiao Qin could not feel any pressure from it. This was an ethereal soul. Xiao Qin felt that something was wrong. This was especially so for the 4 Geomasters. They completely ignored the Ho ghost behind them as if they were certain that this Ho ghost would not harm them. Damn, I got betrayed. When Xiao Qin reacted, he could not help cursing. Then he turned around and ran. How was he relying on himself to deal with this Ho ghost? They were simply using him as bait to attract the Ho ghost's attention. The Qing Emperor had destroyed the physical body of the Ho ghost. After becoming the Qing Emperor, Xiao Qin had awakened the blue dragon martial spirit. When this Ho ghost soul saw Xiao Qin, it was like it saw the person who killed its father. No wonder that Bai Mingfeng smiled so strangely, saying that only he could deal with the Ho ghost. It turned out that this was what he was thinking. Fortunately, it was as Jiang Tian said. After his body experienced the initial fear, it had already adapted to this Ho ghost of the dragon world. Otherwise, this group of old fellows would have tricked Xiao Qin to death. A strange roar came from behind Xiao Qin, and a shock wave surged over. The seawater under Xiao Qin's feet shattered and rumbled endlessly. Xiao Qin did not dare to turn his head. The shock wave brushed against his back. As he ran, the seawater behind him shattered and chased him closely. Bang! The sound wave caught up to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's body was blasted into the air, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. There was no time to complain. Xiao Qin spread the freedom wings and soared into the air, not daring to fight this Ho ghost at all. Just one roar could injure him. If Xiao Qin still believed Jiang Tian's nonsense, he would really be an idiot. He said that the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho at its peak. As the descendant of the Qing Emperor, how could Xiao Qin not be able to deal with this soul? What a joke! What could Xiao Qin deal with? They were not even on the same level. This Ho ghost had lived for tens of thousands of years and devoured countless spirit veins. Even if it was not at its peak, it had at least 1% of its strength. It was definitely not something that Xiao Qin could deal with now. Facing the pursuing Ho ghost, Xiao Qin had no other choice but to run as far as possible. As he ran, Xiao Qin noticed a strange phenomenon. Several times, when the Ho ghost was clearly about to catch up, he could already hear its heavy breathing. However, it suddenly stopped. Its eyes showed a conflicted expression, like it was resisting some order. While fleeing, Xiao Qin could not be bothered to think too much. As he faced that layered roar, his heart felt like it would leap out at any moment. Xiao Qin's internal organs trembled and cracks appeared in them. The sound waves inflicted direct internal injuries. At this rate, even if the Ho ghost could not catch up to him, it could still use the sound waves to kill him. Use the reincarnation lamp. Ao Jiao quickly reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Qin suddenly startled awake. No matter how strong you are still a ghost without a physical body. The reincarnation lamp is specialized in dealing with evil spirits. It should have a restraining effect. Xiao Qin flipped his palm, and the reincarnation lamp soared into the air. Then he vomited a mouthful of essence blood and lit the lamp wick. The image of an immortal appeared in the hazy flame and started chanting the Taoist scriptures, dealing with the horrifying sound waves of the Ho ghost. It seemed to have some effect. The deafening roars disappeared. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed a medicinal pill to treat his internal injuries. Xiao Qin did not look back, leaving the reincarnation lamp hanging in the air as he continued running. As Xiao Qin ran for his life, he did not know how far he had run. Eventually, he felt incredibly tired, so he stopped in front of the sea and panted continuously. Before Xiao Qin could catch his breath, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind was severely injured. The reincarnation lamp that helped him block the Ho ghost in the distance actually shattered. Just at this moment, the 4 Geomasters appeared at the same time, all of them significantly injured. Jiang Tian pulled Xiaochen up and said, "Let's go." The 4 Geomasters executed their arts at the same time. The world changed, and the seawater became like a huge mouth, swallowing up the 5 at the same time. Then it became as smooth as a mirror, becoming whole again. When the Ho ghost, which had rushed over, saw Xiaochen vanishing without a trace, it roared in anger. The seawater shattered like a mirror, giving off loud bangs. Boom! When the 5 reappeared, they were already 500 kilometers away, on a desolate island that no one could find. They were now completely safe. Jiang Tian put down Xiaochen and revealed a rare smile. He said, "You did pretty well. You successfully escaped and helped us suppress the evil dragon. You truly live up to your name as the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Prime Thunder King." However, Jiang Tian's pale complexion made this smile look extremely unsightly. The other 3 were also very weak. Bai Mingfeng rushed to say, "Jiang Tian, we already helped you settle the trouble you caused. You just have to explain the rest to this little fellow." After saying that, Bai Mingfeng left. The other 2 old men also left after saying some simple words. Jiang Tian tossed a piece of vellum to Xiaochen and said indifferently, "You should go as well. The answers you want are in there." Xiaochen caught the vellum but did not look at it. Instead, he looked coldly at Jiang Tian, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What? You want to make a move on me? Haha, I advise you not to have such thoughts. Otherwise, you will die very miserably." "Oh, I was wrong. You won't die. On account of the Thunder King, no major character would dare to kill you." Jiang Tian did not fear Xiaochen's gaze at all. He said calmly, "You should take a look at the vellum first." Xiaochen opened the vellum with some bewilderment in his eyes. There was a complete map of the sea on the vellum. When Xiaochen looked carefully, all the dragon caves with Holy Spirit veins were marked on it. However, they were all drawn in bright red, looking very ghastly. Jiang Tian said unhurriedly, "Now you understand why I told you to search for Holy Spirit veins all over the world. You will not survive more than a year, right?" Chapter 1091. This is the perilous land of all the Holy Spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. With your eyesight, you will not be able to tell if they are real or fake. As long as you run into any one of them, you will most likely die. Xiaochen did not say anything, just looking at it. Indeed, he felt his hair stand on end. In his anxiety, he would not be able to avoid misjudging the situation. As long as he made one mistake, he would really die. This is a map of the distribution of spirit veins that the 4 of us Geomasters drew when we roamed the world. How many you can subdue will depend on your own ability. Then, Jiang Tian handed Xiaochen a piece of vellum. Similarly, there were many Holy Spirit veins marked on it. It was very detailed and clear at a glance. In just an instant, Xiaochen understood the value of this second map. It was simply a priceless treasure. Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "Why are you helping me?" Jiang Tian replied calmly, "It's still the same thing. Only you can deal with the Ho ghost. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor could kill its physical body. 10,000 years later, its soul will definitely be yours to kill. We are true Geomasters, masters of the earth. Protecting the balance of this world will always be our most basic responsibility. The Ho ghost is the most uncertain factor that will break this balance." It was hard to imagine that this old man before him would say something like that. Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, "Senior, you mentioned the Ho ghost. I have something to say. I feel that someone is controlling the Ho ghost." When Jiang Tian heard that, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "What kind of creature is the Ho?" "It is an ancient mutated beast. Killing dragons is like killing earthworms. Even if it dies and only its soul remains, It cannot be controlled. Jiang Tian's words were very certain. Thinking about it, the demon ghost was already so powerful. If it could still be controlled, how horrifying would the master behind it be? Even so, Xiao Qian still had doubts in his heart. Earlier, when the whole ghost chased after him, he had seen a struggling expression in its eyes several times. This was definitely not wrong. If not for someone controlling it and ordering it to swallow up that evil dragon, which conflicted with its decision to kill Xiao Qian, how could he explain this? Jiang Tian said indifferently, "Don't overthink this. You should focus on how you are going to advance to martial emperor within 5 years. Before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. Fortune and misfortune are hard to predict. The matters of the world are like the feng shui of this world. There's never a set that stays the same. Good and bad are unpredictable. I won't beat around the bush either. I'll make it clear to you. It looks like you're in a dead end, unable to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. Then, like a meteor, you will vanish in a flash, turning into dust and disappearing. However, in reality, even without the matter of biological lifespan, you still need to become a martial emperor within 5 years. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly. He looked at the strange old man and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Tian said unhurriedly, "How long do you think the Thunder King can live? There are no martial gods in this world, and no one can live forever. The Thunder King has already lived for over 10,000 years, and every day he lives is a life defying heaven. If the Thunder King is not around, how can a single Haotian emperor protect you? Before a true major character, killing you would still take only one finger. Now that something like this happened, it gives you a sense of urgency. Advancing to martial emperor within 5 years also increases your chances. Who knows if this is a fortune or a disaster?" Xiao Qian's heart sank. Then he smiled and said, "I never thought of it that way before. Now that I think about it, it is indeed as Senior said. Fortune and misfortune come together. Goodbye." Jiang Tian left as soon as he said he would, not dragging his feet at all. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Xiao Qian's sight. Xiao Qian unfurled the 2 sheets of vellum. One represented life, which recorded all the Holy Spirit veins that the 4 geomasters discovered. The other represented death. It recorded all sorts of strange and unfathomable situations that could kill Emperor Wu. Touching them meant certain death. After a while, Xiao Qian grasped the 2 sheets of vellum tightly. Regular geomasters were limited by their cultivation. It would be difficult for them to subdue a dragon vein by themselves or deal with the various hidden, ferocious beasts. Xiao Qian possessed the combat prowess of the great perfection blue-robed emperor and the dragon-fixing needle and dragon-revealing mirror. With these 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures, he could subdue a spirit vein by himself. Heaven would never seal off all paths. There would always be a chance of survival. This was Xiao Qian's chance of survival. Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he vanished into the vast sea. He left for a long time. There was no news of the Blue Dragon King in the heavenly starry sea. No one knew where the Blue Dragon King had gone. The Zodiac Hall and the divine dragon palaces of the 4 seas sent scouts everywhere. However, they could not find Xiao Qian's location. Rumors spread everywhere, and different versions of the story spread everywhere. Some said that Xiao Qian went to the Penglai Sea, which no one knew the way, to search for spirit herbs that could resolve his problems. Others said that Xiao Qian went to the Kunlun continent to seek help from the Thunder King. There were also people who said that Xiao Qian scattered his cultivation to live past 100 years, becoming an ordinary person and completely disappearing, never to appear again. However, as time went by, people slowly stopped talking about Xiao Qian. After all, he was a genius who was past his prime. There was no point in talking about him. This was especially so when the news of the solar Holy Sun and the lunar Holy Daughter breaking through to the blue blue-robed emperor at the same time came out from the zodiac hall. This made everyone forget about Xiao Chen's existence. Everyone turned to discussing the rumors about Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao. Shocking news spread out from the zodiac hall. When the solar holy sun and the lunar holy sun worked together, they could already defeat a great perfection blue-robed emperor of the older generation. They could even easily defeat a small perfection blue-robed emperor alone. News continued to spread. As a prime, the cyclic astral emperor, Emperor Wu, had already taken out all the accumulations of the immortal holy land that the zodiac hall had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The cyclic astral emperor personally guided the two in their cultivation, preparing for the two to reach the small perfection blue-robed emperor realm before the Four Seas hero gathering, completely suppressing the other immortal holy lands. However, things were not that simple. Not only did these two obtain great, fortuitous encounters on the road to burying emperors, the holy scions of the other holy lands did not fall behind. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan, the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu, the five poison sects Fang Xiaojun, and the Yin Yang Paradise's Tong Susu all broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm at different times. Immediately, the entire heavenly starry ocean surged with excitement. Everyone felt anticipation for the Four Seas hero gathering, which was about to begin in 10 months. With so many outstanding youths breaking through to the blue-robed emperor realm together, the Four Seas hero gathering, which happened once every 20 years, had not been so lively in the past 10,000 years. There were even some busybodies who started to make bets in the periphery, betting on who could stand out and suppress all the outstanding talents to obtain the Lunar Palace's greatest gift, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Aside from the immortal holy lands, holy sons, and holy daughters, the most popular ones were the veteran experts of the previous Four Seas hero gathering. As long as one was not over 50 years old, one could continue to participate in the Four Seas hero gathering. Cultivators had an average lifespan of 300 years. A 50-year-old person did not look old and could be considered a youth. Several of the experts of the previous Four Seas hero gathering were in their 20s when they participated. Now that they had passed their 20s, they were still a few years away from turning 50, so they did not violate the rules. In reality, the biggest attraction of every Four Seas hero gathering was the competition between the old and the new outstanding talents. In every Four Seas hero gathering, there would be a newcomer making a strong debut and becoming famous. There were also veteran outstanding talents who attained their glory and fame. However, this time it was a golden age. The outstanding talents of the new generation all came with a ferocious aura. Some people guessed that the veteran outstanding talents would be wiped out if nothing unexpected happened. All that remained to be seen was whether a miracle would happen or not. Perhaps a strong dark horse would appear out of nowhere. Anything was possible. In the Western Sea, the Blue Dragon Kings conferred base, Heavenly Star Island. Under the management of Lan Xiaobai and Kim Taeho's group, the three holy masters' land nearly turned this place into a desolate island. Lan Xiaobai used the peak spirit vein that Xiao Chen gave him to rebuild the city at the top of the mountain. Then, he formed guards to maintain order in the city. Kim Taeho opened up another path. With Neptune's former subordinates, the 7 heroes of the dragon, blocking the way, Xiao Chen opened up a trade route to the Black Sea. Opening the trade route to the Black Sea had completely revitalized the island's economy, allowing ordinary mortals to have an excellent life. Ordinary people did not matter in the world of cultivators. Just a martial monarch could kill a large number of them. However, the foundation of this world was made up of ordinary people. Geniuses came from ordinary people. Not only did they bring prosperity, but they also brought hope. As long as a sect was established and nurtured properly, these ordinary people would be able to accumulate strength quickly through systematic training. At this moment, Lan Xiaobai, Kim Taeho, Yu Chensi, Lord Jiu, and the others gathered in a palace on the tallest peak of Heavenly Star Island. Aside from Lan Xiaobai, everyone else frowned heavily, showing depressed expressions. Yu Chenxi asked, "Debao, there is still no news of Xiao Qin." Kim Taeho shook his head and replied, "No. The last time he appeared was at the Northern Sea Alliance. After that, there was no news of him at all. I spent a lot of money in the Black Sea, but I did not manage to buy any news of him." When the others heard that, they all sighed softly. They had managed Heavenly Star Island for Xiao Qin. However, the master of Heavenly Star Island was currently missing. How could they not feel at ease? This was especially so for the people present. They all had pretty good relationships with Xiao Qin and were worthy of being called friends. They were more concerned about his life or death than anyone else. Lan Xiaobai, who already had the air of a leader, smiled faintly and said, "This is actually a good thing. If we cannot find him, those people who want to harm him will not be able to find him either. This proves that Xiao Qin is at least safe." However, the news of Xiao Qin not advancing to martial emperor in 5 years spread like wildfire, making it hard for us to feel at ease. Lord Jiu did not understand how to read people's expressions, so he said what everyone was most unwilling to say. The others immediately looked at him. Old Nine said blankly, "Did I say something wrong?" This Lord Jiu did not say anything wrong. He only has 20 years to live. Kim Taeho folded his golden folding fan and wrapped it on Lord Jiu's head. He scolded, "Do you know how to speak properly? Are you forcing this fat lord to make a move?" Melancholy flashed in Lan Xiaobai's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Without seeing Xiao Qin, we can't take it seriously. Don't. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. A disciple entered and reported, "Young Master Lan, there is a blue-robed emperor outside Blue Dragon City with many cultivators, requesting to enter the city." Lan Xiaobai's face turned cold. He suddenly stood up and said, "That group of people from the 7 heroes of the dragon is here to cause trouble again. This is really never-ending. You, go and invite Elder Qin over. I'll go and take a look." Chapter 1092. As of now, Lan Xiaobai's cultivation had not fallen behind at all on Heavenly Star Island. He had already become a great Grandmaster-level martial sage long ago, only a hair's breadth away from the blue-robed emperor. Together with the Azure race's strong spatial talent, an ordinary blue-robed emperor might not be a match for him. No, it's a girl wearing a veil. She said her name is Emo Qin. Emo Qin? Lan Xiaobai muttered to himself, as though he had never heard of this name before. He said, "Debao, I'll leave this person's background to you. You have to give me the answer within half a day. That should be fine, right?" Kim Taeho smiled and said, "I can tell you now. That is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao Qin appeared there for a period of time before. It seems like he even had some interaction with this girl. Don't worry. She is definitely not an enemy." As for Xiao Qin's whereabouts, Kim Taeho had always been in charge of Heavenly Star Island. Hence, when Kim Taeho heard Emo Chen's name, he immediately recalled her. Lan Xiaobai revealed a slightly interested expression. He smiled and said, "It looks like something good is coming. There is no need to invite Elder Qin over. Come with me to meet this Miss Emo Qin." Outside the vast Blue Dragon City at the foot of the mountain, Emo Chen led the 10-peak blacksmiths of the Emo clan to admire the majestic city walls. "First, miss, is this place our new home?" An old blacksmith asked with some joy as he looked at Blue Dragon City. Right now, the deaths of the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain had brought about chaos. All the major factions had sent their experts over, intending to redistribute their territories. In the great chaos, human life was like grass. The flames of war raged everywhere. If Emo Chen had not led the Emo clan far away from the center of the chaos, who knew how many people would have died? However, the Emo clan was no longer willing to live the days of hiding. This Heavenly Star Island before them was no longer a place for them. Although the outside of the island was surrounded by several major factions, when the old men arrived on the island, they were shocked. The prosperity of the island far surpassed their imagination. The shattered cloud city from a long time ago was probably just like this. How exactly did such a city survive under such heavy seals? It was still flourishing and growing with each passing day, which greatly attracted their curiosity. Imo-chin recalled Xiao Chen's words. Back then, he said that if she wanted to find him, she could go to Heavenly Star Island. If she needed help, she could go to Heavenly Star Island as well. It's fine. What he said can't be wrong, Imo-chin said, nodding her head gently. As Xiao Chin spoke, a man and a woman flew over from the city gates. They were the temporary managers of Heavenly Star Island, Lan Xiaobai and Yu. Lan Xiaobai appeared very elegant as he descended. He had a smile on his face as he walked over to Imo-chin. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, Miss Imo-chin, sorry for not going out to meet you. You, bring them to the city to rest. I will personally bring Miss Imo-chin around. Yu nodded with a smile. Then, she led the 10 old men behind Imo-chin into the city, leaving Imo-chin alone with Lan Xiaobai. Some questions were best asked when there were fewer people around. Clearly, Lan Xiaobai understood this principle. Miss Imo-chin, what brings you here? Lan Xiaobai asked directly. The two strolled around the city. Imo-chin sized up the people in the city with interest. This was especially so when she discovered many Black Sea cultivators. Now, she somewhat understood why this city was so prosperous. After hearing Lan Xiaobai's words, Imo-chin glanced at him and said, I'm here to look for someone. However, since he did not come out, he should not be on the island. Lan Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, I understand. Right now, all of us old friends are looking for him. However, no one knows where he is. Imo-chin was not in a rush. Instead, she consoled Lan Xiaobai. She smiled and said, Don't worry. He will definitely return to Heavenly Star Island. He will never go back on his word. Lan Xiaobai smiled to himself. The moment Imo-chin said that, his wariness of this girl completely vanished. After some deliberation, he asked, In that case, Miss Imo-chin, what are your plans now? Imo-chan replied calmly, I want to bring all my clansmen and move to Heavenly Star Island. Lan Xiaobai could not help rejoicing in his heart. According to the information he obtained from Kim Tae-ho, the Imo clan that Imo-chin came from was the top refining clan of the Cloud Sea domain. As for Imo-chin, not to mention her cultivation as the blue-robed emperor, her being able to come to Heavenly Star Island would be a great help. More importantly, according to Kim Tae-ho's information, Mo-chin had obtained the Book of Heavenly Works, a divine canon for refining weapons. She was very likely to become a divine refiner. Such a person would line up in the various holy lands and receive them lavishly. It was a great thing for her to come to Heavenly Star Island. Thinking of something, Lan Xiaobai said somewhat embarrassedly, No one in Heavenly Star Island will object to Miss Imo-chin coming. However, the 7 heroes of the dragon have sealed off the path to Heavenly Star Island. It will be difficult for her to bring her entire clan over. Imo-chin nodded and smiled softly. I already knew about this when I came. It's fine. I believe this situation will not last for long. Lan Xiaobai felt some envy for Xiao Chen. He wondered how this fellow managed to do it. First, the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea appeared at Heavenly Star Island at the same time, helping Kim Tae-ho clear the final obstacle to entering the Black Sea. Now, there was another Grandmaster-level refiner, bringing her entire clan over. Imo-chin changed the topic, thinking of something. Young Master Lan, have you heard that the Four Seas Hero Gathering that happens once every 20 years is about to begin? Naturally, I have heard about that. However, Heavenly Star Island is very far from Bright Moon City. Furthermore, The transportation formation on the island is completely destroyed. Furthermore, the 7 heroes of the dragon have blocked off the path ahead. It is very difficult to get out. I am not very clear on the specifics of this. Lan Xiaobai looked at Imo-chin doubtfully. He did not know why Imo-chin would ask this. Imo-chin said in understanding, "In that case, it looks like young Master Lan does not know that the most important gift of this 4 Seas hero gathering is the last mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate left behind. It is made of heaven's subduing rock, and the words Dragon's Gate were personally written by the Qing Emperor." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, his expression changed. He exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying that Xiao Chen will appear at the Bright Moon City Hero Gathering?" "It is not that he will appear, but that he will definitely appear. No matter how strong the rumors are, I firmly believe that he will appear. Furthermore, he will bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island," Imo-chan said with absolute certainty, a resolute expression in her eyes. 4 Seas Hero Gathering. Lan Xiaobai looked into the distance as he muttered to himself, "Will he really appear?" Honestly speaking, Lan Xiaobai was somewhat doubtful. He was not as resolute as Imo-chin. The words of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter were sufficient to make those rumors even more confusing. However, Lan Xiaobai was willing to believe that Xiao Chen would definitely appear. He would bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island, the land that the Blue Dragon King conferred. Xiao Chen would not forget what he promised Lan Xiaobai. One day, he would hold the first martial arts gathering and leave a mark on this age of geniuses. In the Zodiac Hall of the Southern Sea, the stars looked like a chessboard, densely packed and crisscrossing in the seawater. If one looked carefully, one would discover that these stars reflected in the seawater were all exquisite palaces. The thousands of palaces shone with starlight. The light from the Sun Palace and the Moon Palace was the most dazzling, displaying 2 different styles. One was masculine and tyrannical, giving off a boundless light. It was very dazzling, not daring to look directly at it. The other was soft and lingering, giving off a bright light. It was as cold as snow, bone-chilling. One person flew out from each of the 2 astral palaces. Immediately, the stars dimmed and the light covered them, only showing off the 2's outstanding looks. As the disciples of the various astral palaces looked at the 2 in the air, intense envy flashed in their eyes. The Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao and the Sun Palace's Chu Yang were now shining with brilliance. They had become the blue-robed emperor at the same time, receiving the personal nurturing of the prime astral emperor. Now that they came out of closed-door cultivation, they had probably broken through to small perfection as the blue-robed emperor. The 2 met in the air. When they saw each other's cultivation, joy flashed in their eyes. Fu Hongyao smiled and said, "Senior brother, you came out of closed-door cultivation as well." Chu Yang nodded and said calmly, "1 year ago, I personally saw that Xiao Chen could not avenge your humiliation. This time, as long as he dares to appear at the 4 Seas Hero Gathering, I will personally help you get rid of this tumor." Fu Hongyao thought back to the humiliating scene at the king conferral ceremony. Even now, it was still a heart demon. After thinking about it, Fu Hongyao said calmly, "Senior brother, there is no need to care. I don't believe that a has-been genius will have the courage to appear. The ones that senior brother should care about should be the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan and Yan Shursen. These 2 should be your greatest opponents." A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He said indifferently, "It is best that they do not appear. Otherwise, I do not mind leaving behind an indelible humiliation in his final moments." How vast was the heavenly starry ocean! Even Emperor Wu could not travel to every corner of it. There were too many desolate sea regions with too many maps that could not be marked. If a person threw himself into this vast sea and really wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Unless one used a secret treasure that could peer into the mysteries of heaven, no one would be able to find him. Xiao Chen did not hide, nor did he try to do so. However, others would not be able to find any traces of him. The reason was none other than the fact that he had been at the bottom of the sea for the past 9 months, close to 300 days, not coming ashore even once. Given the blue-robed emperor's strength, Shao Qin could breathe underwater without any pressure. If time permitted, he could easily stay underwater for even longer. Why not come ashore? No one would like to hide in the darkness, where there was no sunlight, no air, and no signs of human habitation at the bottom of the sea. Naturally, Shao Qin was no exception. However, he did not have enough time. He had to count every minute and second on his fingers. He could not afford to waste any of it. If he appeared on the surface of the sea once, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not be tempted by the fresh air or the colors of the sun. It would only wear down his fighting spirit and waste time. Since that was the case, there was no need to appear on the surface of the sea. He just had to focus on finding dragons and fixing veins. Somewhere at the bottom of the sea in the Eastern Sea, in a world where there was no daylight, Shao Qin opened his heavenly eye and walked around with a calm expression. The surrounding terrain turned into many images flashing in Shao Qin's mind. They were like scenes from a movie, miraculous and profound. This was the ability of the heavenly eye after Shao Qin cultivated the paradise divine art to the 3rd layer. It could allow him to clearly see everything in his surroundings within a second. Shao Qin took out the vellum that Zhang Tian gave him and quickly glanced at it before putting it away. Then he fixed his gaze on the hidden dragons in front. That was a place surrounded by many mountain peaks. Shao Qin carefully looked around and found Tanlang Peak, Jimin Peak, and Wutsu Peak. Chapter 1093. With the 3 auspicious stars present, the Holy Spirit vein in this dragon vein could reach superior grade. However, among the many Holy Spirit veins, it could only be classified as above average. The reason was that although the 3 auspicious stars were present at the same time, they were not of outstanding quality. The Greedy Wolf Peak was flat and pointed, like an unearthed bamboo shoot, sharp on all sides and flat on the top. The Greedy Wolf Peak before Shao Qin was uneven at the top and not round at the bottom. The only redeeming feature was that it was rather straight, not skewed, like a sharp sword piercing through the water. The other 2 auspicious stars each had their own advantages and disadvantages. There was no need to elaborate on them. With Shao Qin's current dragon-seeking art, he could find all sorts of stars with just one glance and instantly determine their advantages and disadvantages. After practicing for more than 9 months, Shao Qin's dragon-seeking art improved rapidly. Compared to when he was at the Northern Sea Alliance, he was already much stronger. When Shao Qin saw Jiang Tian, he would definitely be shocked and withdraw much of his pride. No matter what, Jiang Tian would never have imagined that Shao Qin would undergo such an inhumane cultivation, going to the bottom of the sea for 9 months without coming out. Not to mention the vile environment. Just the loneliness and solitude was something that even Jiang Tian might not be able to endure. Aside from the 3 auspicious stars, Shao Qin also discovered the Army Breaker Peak, an ominous star. The Army Breaker Peak here was both huge and tall. Its aura was much stronger than any of the 3 auspicious stars. However, a lone tree cannot make an army. No matter how strong a lone wolf was, when facing the combined might of the 3 auspicious stars, it would lose. There would not be any mutated evil dragons. It was just that because of this, the hidden dragon grounds became more dangerous, and there were more uncertainties. Shao Qin closed his heavenly eye, not feeling too worried. In the past 300 days, he had faced several situations that were even more dangerous than this. Shao Qin's figure flashed and stopped on the Greedy Wolf Peak. After confirming the dragon cave, with a thought, the dragon revealing mirror flew out of his body. Hundreds of formations were embedded on the edges of the ancient bronze mirror. Shao Qin formed hand seals with both hands, and the patterns on the edges spun like gears. The formation hidden within the dragon revealing mirror began to perform precise and complicated calculations. A moment later, a purple pillar of light shot out from the silence. Opening the acupoint was done in one step. Amid a loud rumble, the surrounding mountains collapsed one by one, and the cracks on the ground expanded rapidly. Not long after, the mountain under Xiao Chen's feet collapsed in just a few breaths' time. Xiao Chen remained unperturbed. He calmly sank along with the mountain. Rumble! Hundreds of guard mountains in the north flew toward Xiao Chen like giant cannonballs amidst the tumbling and chaotic seawater. They carried the power of the blue-robed emperor, which was equivalent to an attack from the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen moved his right hand behind him, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen gripped the spear tightly. Purple thunder, fire blazed on the spear's body. Flames were burning in the water. This was a wonderful sight, and it looked extremely strange. A spear burning the heavens! Xiao Chen shouted in his heart. He pushed off the water and took a step forward. Then he thrust his spear forward. The might of Xiao Chen's profound martial technique was unleashed without holding anything back. Time seemed to stop for a moment. In the next moment, the seawater flowed backward. 50 kilometers of seawater in all directions surged up in the direction of Xiao Chen's spear. The entire stretch of seawater curled up like a piece of cloth. The hundreds of approaching mountains could no longer advance under such might. Looking down from the sky, one would see a 3-kilometer-tall tsunami rising from the surface of the sea without any wind or waves. It looked like the end of the world. As the surging seawater slowly rose, Xiao Chen's feet, followed by his torso and finally his brain. When he looked around, there was a large, empty space. This was a rare opportunity. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. After a while, he closed his eyes and waited quietly for the seawater to fall. Boom! The seawater suddenly fell. As it rose and fell, it erupted with a huge force, shattering the mountains and boulders in the seawater in an instant. When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw that the 8 ferocious beasts in the southern mountains had all leaped out. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he put away his spear, not even bothering to look at it. Then he tossed out the dragon fixing needles behind him, forming a dragon sealing formation and trapping the spirit vein escaping underground. At the same time, Xiao Chen's intense battle unfolded. The weapons in his hands quickly changed. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, staff, leg techniques, and fist techniques. He executed 10 different profound martial techniques. Xiao Chen moved among the 10 ferocious beasts that were as strong as the small perfection blue-robed emperor. As he fought intensely, he practiced the various profound martial techniques of the changing character formula. After 9 months of cultivation, Xiao Chen had clearly improved. Not only could he execute every profound martial technique with familiarity, but he even gained his own comprehension of them. The profound martial techniques that Xiao Chen executed were very natural. If not for his appearance, it would be impossible to guess that Xiao Chen was a bladesman. For hours later, Xiao Chen killed all the ferocious beasts. Then, Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The qi was like a sword piercing 5 kilometers away. This was Xiao Chen's advantage. If it were another geomaster, even if they could find spirit veins of various grades, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. However, without Xiao Chen's combat prowess, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. It would be impossible for them to subdue the spirit vein alone. With a thought, the dragon revealing mirror spun again. A red light, surging with killing qi, shot out from it and chopped at the spirit vein roaming dragon, sealed by the dragon-fixing needles. Miserable cries came from underground. When the cries stopped, Xiao Chen withdrew the dragon revealing mirror into his body. Then he formed hand seals and waved his hand. The ground opened up, and a clump of golden spirit veins origin floated out. In an instant, the seawater turned golden. Before the golden light spread too far, Xiao Chen quickly placed it in his universe ring. Ao Jiao, how many is this? 20 already. That was right. Xiao Qin had already stored 20 Holy Spirit veins. 2 months ago, his cultivation had already reached peak small perfection, only a step shy of great perfection. Continuing to consume Holy Spirit veins was no longer of much help to him. He needed stronger spirit veins. Only then would he be able to break through the bottleneck of small perfection blue robed emperor and reach great perfection blue robed emperor, successfully forming the dragon-shaped heavenly seal. Xiao Qin kept these Holy Spirit veins, not for himself, but for his brothers and friends on Heavenly Star Island. Ao Jiao put away the Holy Spirit veins with a smile. Then she said, "Don't go back on your word. You have to give me half of these Holy Spirit veins. I'll help you mature the spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. The lunar cassia tree, the dragon mark fruit, the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and the netherworld flower have all wasted a lot of time." Xiao Qin smiled helplessly and said, "Whatever you say. It's time for us to go out." "Right, it's time to go out. Are you going to retrieve the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet? I have been keeping track of the days for you." Ao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Plop! Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet, and his body moved like a roaming dragon as he leaped out of the sea. The water on his body evaporated, and the blazing sun washed away the mud on him. He looked radiant, like he had been reborn. Xiao Qin gave off a sharp light, looking even more dazzling than the sun. After landing firmly on the water, Xiao Qin took a long, luxurious breath. This was the first time he felt that just taking a deep breath could make him feel so comfortable. This was the first time he felt that the color of the sun was so enchanting. Xiao Qin looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He actually felt somewhat dazed. "Stop looking. Bright Moon City is very far from here. If we don't hurry up, we might be late," Ao Jiao reminded him. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. "Right, we do have to hurry up. There cannot be any accidents with the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet." Xiao Qin did not care about the other objectives of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. He only cared about one thing, the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet. The Dragon's Gates mountain tablet, which the Qing Emperor personally forged, had to be obtained at all costs. There could be no mistakes. Xiao Qin unfurled the freedom wings, and his figure flashed. His magic energy surged as he took a step forward, traveling 50 kilometers. Bright Moon City was the most bustling city in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Bright Moon City welcomed its highest flow of people in 20 years. Everywhere was packed with people. There was an endless stream of carriages, not stopping for a moment. Fortunately, Bright Moon City was normally extraordinarily bustling. Furthermore, it had held many Four Seas hero gatherings, so the Lunar Palace was already experienced. 1 month ago, Bright Moon City raised the threshold for entry. Unless one was a martial monarch, one could not enter the city unless they had an invitation. Only after the gathering ended did the city reopen to the public. Aside from this, there were many other eye-catching measures. Floating palaces floated in the sky of the vast and majestic city for people to stay in, alleviating the pressure of the crowd. The venue of the Four Seas Hero Gathering was Bright Moon Plaza in the city. Before the start of the Grand Assembly, there were countless arenas in Bright Moon Plaza. Every day, there would be cultivators sparring on them. This was a rare opportunity for all the young heroes of the Four Seas to gather in one place. Naturally, after they met, they would compete with each other. Exciting fights were always what the spectators loved to watch. Sometimes, famous cultivators would appear and compete with each other. This made people scream in excitement. Aside from the free arenas, the lunar palaces, people specially set up several arenas to liven things up. For example, in some special arenas in the air, there would be a reward for how many rounds one could last without losing. Another example was the lunar palace's young cultivators defending the arenas. As long as they defeated their opponents, they would receive a reward. Even if they failed, they would not suffer any losses. The atmosphere of fighting in the entire city was very intense. However, with the Bright Moon Palace's strict management, everything was very orderly. There was no chaos at all. 7 days later, Shao Qin traveled quickly, relying on the Freedom Wings' so close yet worlds apart magic skill. He arrived outside Bright Moon City before the gathering started. Originally, Shao Chun was somewhat worried that someone would recognize him and attract some trouble. However, he soon realized that no one was paying attention to him amidst the crowd and the bustling scene. Even if there were not 10,000 people dressed in white like Shao Qin, there were at least 8,000 of them. This was simply too ordinary. Furthermore, the focus of the cultivators' discussion was on the holy science of the immortal holy lands. After walking for so long, no one had mentioned Shao Qin. Chapter 1094. Shao Qin was happy to relax. He did not have to wear a conical bamboo hat, which would have been troublesome. The holy scions and holy daughters successfully broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. This was within Shao Qin's expectations, so he was not too surprised. When Shao Qin arrived at the city gates, he released some of his aura and entered the city unobstructed. Shao Qin had already anticipated that Bright Moon City would be extraordinarily bustling during the Four Seas Hero Gathering. However, when he arrived in the city, he was startled. The scene before him reminded him of the Five-Nation Youth Competition in the Sky Dome realm many years ago. Back then, the scene in Dragon Sealing City was no different from now. It had also been extraordinarily bustling. However, in terms of scale and grandeur, it could not be compared. Shao Chun revealed a nostalgic expression. During the Five-Nation Youth Competition, Shao Qin had been reserved and proud. At that time, he had not feared any expert. However, he had not been confident of victory. Along the way, he had taken every battle seriously. After putting in a lot of effort, he had managed to climb to the top after much difficulty. Even now, Shao Qin remembered the Little Dragon King, Xianyuan Jiantian, Yu Chenxi's Breaking Dawn, Gong Yanyu's Everlasting Universe staff technique, and the grudges between Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian. All the more, he could not forget the final battle with Chu Chaoyan. After that, Shao Chun could finally say loudly, "Those who defeat me will be defeated by me. Those who wish to be defeated cannot be defeated by anyone." Now, Shao Qin no longer showed a reserved and proud expression. Instead, he showed calmness and confidence. All along, Shao Qin had felt that his mental state and strength were much higher than these outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. Even though these outstanding talents had become blue-robed emperors and relied on the resources of their sex to become small perfection blue-robed emperors, there was still not enough for Shao Qin to look at. The reason was none other than the vast difference in mental state, cultivation, and personal accumulations. There was no way to compare them. Ao Jiao, what is the format of the Four Seas Hero Gathering, and what are the rules? Following the flow of people in the city, Shao Chun watched the matches on the stage with great interest, while asking Ao Jiao about the details of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were currently taking care of the various spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Shao Chun quickly replied, "I don't recall there being any rules. It is just that whoever can outshine everyone else can snatch the top prize." Shao Chun stopped and said in surprise, "So casual." That's right. Other than the first few who had to deal with the cultivators of the Penglai Sea, there weren't a lot of cultivators. From then on, the Four Seas Hero Gathering has continued very casually. There are no hard and fast rules, and there is no need to go through the complicated format of the preliminaries and finals. Ao Jiao spoke frankly with assurance. Then, she continued, there are no contestants. Every spectator is the main character. As long as you are confident, you can jump into the arena and challenge any of the holy scions. If you win, your name will spread throughout the world. If you lose, you will not be able to avoid physical pain. In serious cases, you might end up with some hidden injuries that will accompany you for life. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, then there will be close to 1 million spectators. If everyone goes up once, won't it be a mess? The gathering will last for half a month, and it will not be over. Ao Jiao smiled and said, that won't happen. There are experts in the Lunar Palace. Everyone has to survive a palm strike before they can enter. It can be considered a threshold. The threshold for every gathering is different. I believe the threshold for this year will be especially high. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Unexpectedly, it is not an elimination competition like the arena competition. To think that the so-called gathering is so casual. It is a competition of individual elegance. This is truly unexpected. Ao Jiao burst out laughing and said, what are you worried about? It is a competition of elegance. However, if one is not strong enough and gets beaten up like a pig's head, how can there be elegance? In the end, it still depends on whose fist is harder. As long as you keep beating up others and not being beaten up, elegance will naturally come out. Xiao Chen understood. That's right. While it is elegance, in the end it is strength. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. Then he stretched out his right hand to his shoulder and firmly grasped a wrist. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he looked back. When he saw the owner of the arm, his pupils constricted and shock appeared in his eyes. Brother Qi, it has been a long time. The person who came was Qi Wuxiwe, whom Xiao Chen had not seen since he parted ways in Neptune's palace. Qi Wuxiwe smiled embarrassedly and said, let go first. The city does not allow private fights. If you still do not let go, the Lunar Palace's guards will be here soon. When Xiao Chen heard that, he sent out his spiritual sense. Indeed, he saw a few sharp gazes directed at him. If he had any killing qi, he would have taken action immediately. Xiao Chen quickly let go and asked, why do I not see Long Fei? Didn't he come with you? When Qi Wuxiwe heard that, he smiled jealously. Comparisons are odious. This fellow found an opportunity to break through to the blue-robed emperor and is preparing to show off his skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. This brother is barely a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. He is currently challenging the 24 bridges. Hee. It is a very interesting arena. Come, Brother Xiao, I'll bring you over to take a look. Seeing Qi Wuxiwe's mysterious appearance piqued Xiao Chen's interest. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, there were many interesting arenas in Bright Moon City. The next sentence of the 24 moonlit bridges was, where can a beautiful person learn how to play the flute? What was so special about this arena? Hee. This Bright Moon City is rather fun. That brat Long Fei is really reckless. I really look forward to seeing how he will be defeated. Qi Wuxiwe laughed heartlessly. Then he led Xiao Chen on a mad dash and arrived at a bustling place. Excuse me. Qi Wuxiwe led Xiao Chen to a quiet, desolate viewing spot, ignoring the supercilious looks from others. Xiao Chen looked to the front and saw an arch bridge carved from white jade on a clear river. The jade bridge was exquisite and ancient, but the beauty on the jade bridge was beautiful. However, the beauties on the jade bridge were even more beautiful than the bridge. They looked even more ancient and ancient. Many white-clad women were outstanding beauties with outstanding grace. When Xiao Chen counted, there were a total of 24 at the end of the jade bridge. A veiled woman stood on the railing of the bridge, playing the flute. The music was melodious and pleasant to the ears. It sounded like she was weeping. The other 23 women held swords in their hands. Their eyes shone with a cold light as they weaved through the jade bridge. Their movements were elegant but filled with murderous intent. Together with the illusory flute music, they performed a murderous dance. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. It was clearly daytime, but a full moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was like fire, its cold light competing with the sun, completely suppressing the light of the sun. Those familiar with Bright Moon City knew that this was the mysterious and ethereal lunar palace of the heavenly starry ocean. It hung high in the sky all year round, its light forever suppressing the sun. The bright moon, the jade bridge, the flute music, the flowing water, and the sword dance, this scene was very beautiful and pleasing to the eye, making one reluctant to leave. When Xiao Chun returned to the jade bridge, the one bitterly enduring the murderous sword dance of the 23 women was naturally the corpse race's white-boned sovereign's descendant, Long Fei. Qi Wuxiue was at the side, nodding and exchanging opinions with Xiao Qin, discussing the various beauties of the women on the bridge. They all have their own specialties. It is really hard to choose. Brother Xiao, help me choose one. This time, I have to bring a lunar palace disciple back to Bright Moon City. Aside from the Holy Daughter, the other female disciples of the lunar palace could marry. Furthermore, the outstanding youths and noble clan disciples of the heavenly starry ocean all took pride in marrying a lunar palace disciple. The matriarchs of several holy lands and noble clans were once lunar palace disciples. From a certain point of view, the lunar palace's special status today seemed to be related to this. However, it would be difficult for Qi Wuxiue to marry a female disciple. He could not hide his evil aura. After checking his background, even if the young lady agreed, the lunar palace would not. However, Xiao Qin had never heard of a lunar palace female disciple marrying into the primal chaos domain. Without needing Xiao Chun to refute, someone at the side could no longer bear to listen. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Aside from the Holy Daughter, the lunar palace also has the title of Jade Lady. There are 24 of them in each generation. The 24 people before us are the 24 Jade Ladies of the lunar palace. These are the daughters-in-law of the many immortal holy lands and noble clans. With your appearance, you want to marry the lunar palace's Jade Ladies? Stop dreaming." When Qi Wuxiue heard this, he smiled faintly and did not get angry. Instead, he sized up this person. This person wore white robes and wore a white hat, looking very scholarly. He held a white folding fan in his hand, looking elegant and handsome. With one look, it was clear that he was a disciple of a Confucian sect. Qi Wuxiue leaned over and said with a smile, "You have extraordinary grace and a righteous aura. You should be a disciple of a Confucian sect, right? I have not asked for your great name yet." A trace of pride flashed on the scholar's face. Then he said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "I am untalented. I am Lu Hao, an inner courtyard disciple of the Heavenly Province Academy." Qi Wuxiue immediately showed a shocked expression. He exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Heavenly Province Academy? To think that you are a disciple of an immortal holy land. I simply could not tell earlier. Sorry. Clearly, Lu Hao felt extremely satisfied with the shock and astonishment on Qi Wuxue's face. He put on an act and waved his hand. "It is just an immortal holy land. Just treat it normally. Also, when facing the lunar palace's Jade Ladies, you cannot have any profane thoughts. You can look at them from afar. You can praise them. You can admire them. However, you cannot have any dirty thoughts. That is the way of a gentleman." Qi Wuxiue nodded and said, "Brother Lu is right. This little brother did have some dirty thoughts earlier. Fortunately, Brother Lu reminded me in time." Xiao Qin, who stood at the side, found it funny. With one look, he knew that Qi Wuxiue was trying to con him. However, Xiao Qin could not be bothered to remind Qi Wuxiue. He did not have a good impression of this bookworm who spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. As long as Qi Wuxiue did not go overboard and cause trouble, it would be fine. Qi Wuxiue was a yes man, continuously flattering that Heavenly Province Academy disciple. By now, that Heavenly Province Academy disciple could no longer tell north from south. The two walked to the side and started chatting. "Speaking of which lunar palace's Jade Lady does Brother Lu admire the most?" Lu Hao had a righteous expression on his face. A fervent look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the girl playing the flute. Naturally, it is the leader of the 24 Jade Ladies, Miss Fang Qingxian, who excels in both the sword and the flute. Qi Wuxian nodded meaningfully and said, Miss Fang Qingxian is indeed like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She has an aura that can topple cities. However, I wonder what kind of pretty face she has under the veil. Chapter 1095. The fire in Lu Hao's eyes did not subside, and he said with some reluctance, It's a pity that Miss Fang Qingxian will only be able to take off her veil after crossing the 20 bridges and have the chance to be alone with her. Looking at the bridge, even with the strength of the blue-robed emperor, Long Fei was having a hard time moving forward. He was on the verge of losing at any moment. He knew that Lu Hao did not stand a chance. Qi Wuxua whispered, Actually, this little brother has an item that can not only allow Fang Qingxian to remove Brother Lu's veil, but also allow her to play the flute for Brother Lu alone. Lu Hao looked at Qi Wuxua doubtfully and asked, What is it? Yin Yang Wonderland's holy medicine, the wondrous pleasure aphrodisiac. As long as you have it and find an opportunity to meet Fang Qingxian, Brother Lu can easily take her down. A look of surprise flashed across Lu Hao's eyes. It was obvious that he had heard of the famous ecstasy potion. However, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he angrily cursed. Filthy, despicable, vulgar, scram! When Qi Wuxua saw Lu Hao getting angry, he showed a flustered expression as if he was frightened. He quickly said, This little brother knows his mistake. This little brother knows his mistake. This little brother will take his leave now. Stop! Lu Hao shouted coldly and stopped Qi Wuxua. With a righteous expression, he said, Hand over your filthy thing. If it remains in your hands, it will definitely harm the women of your maiden clan. Hand it over to this young master. Qi Wuxua appeared depressed, clearly unwilling. Lu Hao said coldly, With one look, I can tell that you do not have a proper background. Indeed, you are not anything good. This filthy thing has to be destroyed. Quickly hand it over. Qi Wuxua reluctantly took out a jade bottle. Lu Hao grabbed it and frowned. He asked doubtfully, This is the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. Qi Wuxua smiled harmlessly. Then he sent out some hidden energy and flicked off the bottle cap. He smiled and said, Whether it is real or fake, young Master Lu will know once you smell it. When the bottle cap was opened, a fragrance immediately wafted out. When Lu Hao heard what Qi Wuxua said, he could not help but take a deep sniff. As if he was addicted, he could not stop once he started. Not long after, Lu Hao's face was flushed red and he felt his body heating up. His mouth was parched and his body was burning with desire. He suddenly startled awake and tossed aside the jade bottle. Then he looked at Qi Wuxua and said, You tricked me. Qi Wuxua laughed loudly and stepped forward. Then he easily restrained Lu Hao, whose rationality was about to collapse. He said, How could it be a trap? I am just fulfilling young Master Lu's wishes. Don't you want to meet this Miss Fang Qingxian? I'll help you right now. Then Qi Wuxua picked up Lu Hao and quickly tossed him to Fang Qingxian, who was on the jade bridge. The effects of the medicinal energy had already taken effect on Lu Hao, who had already lost all reason. His entire being was dominated by desire. When he saw Fang Qingxian, he sped up in the air like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. His face was filled with lust as he threw himself at Fang Qingxian with a wretched smile. This scene immediately shocked everyone on the jade bridge. Unexpectedly, someone dared to do something improper to the leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies in front of everyone. Fang Qingxian, who had been playing her flute calmly, clearly did not expect such a thing. When she saw Lu Hao's lewd smile in the air, her flute music immediately turned chaotic. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She put down her flute and drew her sword with her right hand. Then she heavily smacked Lu Hao's face, knocking him into the river. Without the flute music, the murderous sword dance of the 23 white-clad women immediately lost a certain charm, and its might decreased significantly. Long Fei took advantage of this opportunity and waved the folding fan in his hand. Starlight filled the sky, and a white bone dermic incarnation appeared behind Long Fei, its expression solemn and cold. The two large white bone hands of the white bone dermic incarnation flashed quickly. The formation of the 23 white-clad women fell into chaos, all of them dealing with it in a flurry. Long Fei's eyes narrowed. His figure weaved through the crowd and struck them one by one. One by one, the white-clad women were knocked off the jade bridge by Long Fei. On the riverbank, Qi Wuxue picked up the jade bottle and said with a smile, "My treasure, you have rendered a meritorious service again." Shao Chen walked over and said indifferently, "Give me the jade bottle." Qi Wuxue was stunned when he heard that. Then he chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Brother Shao, you like this as well?" Shao Chen smiled and said, "I am different from you. I intend to study it with a critical mind." Qi Wuxue tossed the jade bottle over and smiled. "Brother Shao is indeed Brother Shao. The moment you said that, you immediately set yourself apart from that heavenly province, academy disciple." After Shao Chen walked over, he leaned over and said, "In the future, if you have anything good, remember to give it to Brother Qi as well. I want to study it with a critical mind." Shao Chen opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Then he looked at Qi Wuxue and said, "This is just an intense aphrodisiac, not some wondrous joy aphrodisiac." Qi Wuxue was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. He had not expected Shao Chen to dare to directly drink it. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "You are incredible. Naturally, this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. The wondrous joy aphrodisiac is a holy medicine of the yin-yang paradise. Aphrodisiac is just one of its functions. The more important thing is that it can harmonize yin and yang, nourishing each other. When used with the yin-yang paradise's dual cultivation technique, it has a miraculous effect." As Qi Wuxue spoke, Shao Chen took another sip. As Qi Wuxue spoke, he became speechless. He was stunned once more, not knowing what Shao Chen was doing. "Brother Shao, don't do anything stupid. Although this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac, its pure aphrodisiac effect is even more tyrannical than the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. I do not have an antidote," Qi Wuxue said anxiously. Who would have imagined that Shao Chen would only blush slightly? He did not seem to notice anything strange. Shao Chen closed his eyes and circulated his energy for a while. Then, strands of smoke appeared above Shao Chen's head. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he returned to normal. Shao Chen looked at Qi Wuxue seriously and said, "Brother Qi, although unorthodox methods can achieve miraculous results, they're not omnipotent at times. Before absolute strength, everything else is just a fabrication. It is fine to use it occasionally. However, do not get too engrossed in it. Otherwise, one day, you will die because of these unorthodox methods. Once you reach small perfection of the blue-robed emperor, these aphrodisiacs and poisons will not pose any danger to you. With the power of the heavenly laws, you can break down these medicines as you please. With just a thought, you can decide whether you want them to work or not. You can easily paralyze your opponent." Qi Wuxue suddenly startled awake. He understood Shao Chen's intention to treat him as a friend. Shao Chen used the most realistic example to tell himself not to use these unorthodox methods. This also reminded Qi Wuxue not to use these methods on experts above small perfection Emperor Wu. Otherwise, the other party would make a fool out of him. Seeing Qi Wuxue enter deep thought, Shao Chen knew that he had already achieved his goal. Back in the Sea Deity Palace, Qi Wuxue's cultivation was no weaker than Long Fei's. However, Long Fei had reached the blue-robed emperor ahead of him, while Qi Wuxue was still a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The two of them had been together for a long time. Why was there a difference? It was definitely not because Qi Wushue's fortuitous encounter had not arrived. Instead, it was because Qi Wushue was somewhat engrossed in these unorthodox methods. Hence, Xiao Chun reminded the other party. Whether it was useful or not, at the very least he took action and did not watch Qi Wushue get engrossed. Qi Wushue recovered his wits and smiled. Brother Xiao, thank you for your kind intentions earlier. Originally, Long Fei had been trying to dissuade me. However, I did not take it to heart. Earlier, I did feel like I woke up from a dream. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, It's good that you understand. However, I like your earlier style. These hypocrites, who are hypocrites and like to pretend to be elegant, should be taught a ruthless lesson. Qi Wushue chuckled and said, This kind of sanctimonious people are all like that. However, you seem to have let Long Fei off easy. After he passes this special arena of the 24 bridges, he will be able to meet a beauty. Xiao Qun glanced at the Jade Bridge and changed the topic. Long Fei smiled and said, It will not be that easy. Fang Qingxian, who is guarding the end, is the greatest problem. The reputation of excelling in both the flute and the sword is not just for show. After defeating all 23 women, Long Fei finally arrived at the end of the Jade Bridge. Now he faced the leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies, Fang Qingxian, excelling in both the flute and the sword. Fang Qingxian blocked in front of Long Fei with her sword. Her expression was cold, and no one could see her true expression. Long Fei felt somewhat infatuated with her. He smiled and said, Miss Qingxian, will you show mercy? When I was still in the Kunlun continent, I heard of Mrs. Name and have admired you for a long time. Fang Qingxian replied in a melodious voice, I am indebted to young master's favor. However, rules are rules. Since young master is able to cross this bridge, Qingxian will naturally abide by her promise. Long Fei withdrew his smile and said sullenly, In that case, I can only offend you. Just at this moment, water splashed in the river below the bridge. Lu He, who Fang Qingxian had slapped back into the river earlier, leaped out again. Drenched, he pounced at Fang Qingxian like a madman. Fang Qingxian had no choice but to make another move, knocking him into the water. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that Long Fei had already taken the opportunity to fly out of the bridge. Qi Wushue shouted, Damn, he really got off easy. Long Fei turned around and said calmly, Miss Qingxian, I have already crossed the bridge. Fang Qingxian smiled faintly and said, Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Don't you feel like you took advantage of a loophole? Long Fei was rather thick-skinned. He took out an engraved medallion and smiled without changing his expression. I can only say that the heavens are helping me. Who could have imagined that the normally well-dressed Confucian sect disciple would be such a beast in human clothing? I hope that Miss Qingxian will not stand me up tonight. Fang Qingxian took the nameplate, which had Long Fei's address written on it. She glanced at it and put it away. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Hao leapt out from the river once again, like an unkillable cockroach. Fang Qingxian frowned slightly. Just as she was about to deal a heavy blow, a figure suddenly flew over, moving incredibly fast. That person quickly landed 3 palm strikes on Lu Hao's chest, causing him to vomit a mouthful of black blood. The flesh on his face receded. When he looked at the person who arrived, he immediately said excitedly, First senior brother, someone tricked me. The person who arrived was the top expert of the Heavenly Province Academy's younger generation, young Master Qingshu, who was currently in the limelight. Young Master Qingshu did not say anything. He bent over and checked Lu Hao's body. Then he said indifferently, My Confucian sect is righteous. We have a strong restraining effect on such evil beings. If not for your own evil intentions, you would not have lost your mind so quickly. You asked for it. After saying that, young Master Qingshu turned to Fang Qingxian and said, Miss Fang, this time, Our academy's disciples have offended you. The Heavenly Province Academy will not object to any punishment from the Lunar Palace." Young Master Qingshu's words were very appropriate, and no one could find fault with them. Chapter 1096. Fang Qingxian said indifferently, "I'm fine. Just take care of your sect's disciples." Young Master Qingshu performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Then he shifted his gaze and looked in the direction Lu Hao pointed. When he saw Qi Wuxue, his expression turned completely sullen. This time young Master Qingshu was having a small gathering with inheritors of the Holy Lands, Fu Hongyao and the others. Suddenly he received news that an academy disciple went berserk in the 24 bridges, so he immediately rushed over. After young Master Qingshu figured out the situation, he became enraged. To think that someone dared to scheme against the Heavenly Province Academy. Just as young Master Qingshu was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed the white figure beside Qi Wuxue. Feeling somewhat surprised, he said coldly, "I was wondering who was so bold, daring to scheme against the people of my Heavenly Province Academy. It turns out that the Blue Dragon King ordered it." Unexpectedly, the righteous Blue Dragon King would do such a despicable thing. Upon hearing young Master Qingshu's words, everyone immediately looked at Xiaoqin, finding this inconceivable. To think that the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, was so ordinary like a passerby. They had not noticed him for so long. Fang Qingshuan's eyes lit up. She immediately looked at Xiaoqin and revealed an expression of shock. "Damn, can you stop making irresponsible remarks? That medicine is your Heavenly Province Academy disciple. He snatched it from me and wanted to frame the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies. What does that have to do with us?" Qi Wuxue scolded. Lu Hao panicked. His brain was not working properly, so he blurted out, "First, senior brother, listen to my explanation. It was that brat who said that the medicine was the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. That's why I fell for it." "You really can't blame me." When Fang Qingxian heard that, her expression changed. She scolded angrily, "What a perverted thief!" Qi Wuxue laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, did you hear that?" He admitted it himself. "If that young Master Qingshu can still distinguish right from wrong, you should clean up your sect." Young Master Qingshu said coldly, "You speak without thinking. Do you really think that a has-been Blue Dragon King can protect you? Die." Young Master Qingshu understood that he could not get entangled with a person like Qi Wuxue. The more he spoke, the worse the situation would become. So, he could not be bothered to say anything more. His figure flashed, and he closed the folding fan in his hand as he charged at Qi Wuxue. Qi Wuxue was somewhat surprised by young Master Qingshu's sudden attack. Bright Moon City strictly forbade private fights. If there were grudges, they could fight in the arena in the city. The prerequisite was that both parties had to be willing. Otherwise, if they acted on their own, they would be punished by Bright Moon City. Clearly, this young Master Qingshu wanted to use his status to kill Qi Wuxue in one strike. At that time, Qi Wuxue would already be dead. Even if Bright Moon City punished him, there would be nothing to fear. Could it be that he, the successor of an immortal holy land, was really going to be thrown out? Young Master Qingshu moved very fast. Qi Wuxue could not even catch his shadow. Long Fei, who was behind the Jade Bridge, could not make it in time to help. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, an intense clash resounded in the surroundings, startling Qi Wuxue. He discovered that Xiaoqin was blocking in front of him. Xiaoqin also held a folding fan in his hand. He folded it and pressed it against the top of young Master Qingshu's folding fan. Young Master Qingshu did not appear surprised. He smiled and said, "In the past, when you were still a blue-robed emperor, I was somewhat afraid of you. Now that I am also a small perfection blue-robed emperor, do I still fear you?" It seemed like young Master Qingshu intended to test out Xiaoqin's strength. After failing to injure Qi Wuxue in one strike, he immediately targeted Xiaoqin. "Pu Qi, Young Master Qingshu suddenly opened the folding fan in his hand. His fingers moved slightly, and the unfurled folding fan danced like flower petals, spiraling up. As the folding fan rose, the righteous qi on young Master Qingshu's body grew increasingly stronger. His aura soared continuously. A mysterious phenomenon appeared behind him. The bamboo and small bridges drawn on the folding fan appeared one by one. The spirited righteous qi looked like bamboo standing tall. Xiao Chen took a look and opened the folding fan in his hand as well. Then he gently pushed it forward, and the folding fan floated up. The small bridge, the flowing water, the bright moon, and other mysterious phenomena appeared as well. The two both had a bridge under their feet. However, the mysterious phenomena behind them were different. One had a bright moon, and the other had emerald green bamboo. The two rising folding fans faced each other, competing with their strong auras and mysterious phenomena. The two on the bridge did not remain idle, either. They quickly exchanged attacks, exchanging punches and palms, dealing with moves as they came. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. This young Master Qingshu's palm technique was rather exquisite. Furthermore, it contained a righteous qi that resonated with the bamboo behind him, complementing each other. If Xiao Chen did not bring out his true abilities, he would not be able to do anything to this young Master Qingshu for a while. However, this was not the time to expose his strength. There were many eyes in this place. Xiao Chen noticed that the experts of Bright Moon City had already arrived silently. For some reason, those experts did not make a move to stop the two from fighting. Apart from that, there were also several powerful auras rushing over. Some of them had terrifying righteous qi, and their cultivation bases were extremely high. With one look, it was clear that these were the Heavenly Province Academy's experts. Hence, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He just treated it as playing with the other party. As for young Master Qingshu's clamoring, Xiao Chen just laughed it off. As an adult, would you be angry at a brat showing his teeth? Clearly not. Right now, that was Xiao Chen's mental state. He did not feel angry at all. Compared to Xiao Chen's surprise, young Master Qingshu was utterly shocked. He had already brought out 60% of his strength, even bringing out his will of wood. However, Xiao Chen, who was fighting him, seemed unaffected. He did not even bring out the saber Dao that he was most proficient in. After exchanging 100 moves, Xiao Chen lost the patience to continue playing. Suddenly, he changed his moves. He used fists, claws, and palms, executing 3 different moves. Xiao Chen did not increase his strength at all, but his moves became unpredictable and strange. The fist was the Kuan Peng spreading wings, the claw was the craggy dragon claw, and the palm technique was the bright moon like fire. Xiao Chen took the essence of each and ingeniously merged them together. This was the first time young Master Qingshu saw such a move. He immediately felt overwhelmed, opening up many openings. If young Master Qingshu knew what was good for him, he would have quickly retreated at this moment. However, young Master Qingshu was not convinced. He still wanted to clash with Xiao Chen to determine who was stronger with fists and palms. Seeing that the other party wanted to fight for real, Xiao Chen found an opening and punched young Master Qingshu's chest. The fist turned into a claw, then a palm. With just one contact, Xiao Chen sent out 3 different kinds of energy. Young Master Qingshu grunted and fell to the ground. The ancient wooden bridge under his feet shattered, and the bamboo for 5 kilometers around exploded like firecrackers. The mysterious phenomenon spread out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the folding fan landed in his grasp. The bright moon, exquisite flowing water, and many other mysterious phenomena combined into a charming illusion that entered the fan. Xiao Chen gently fanned himself with his folding fan, and his white robes fluttered as he descended. His casual movements gave everyone a sense of carefreeness that was pleasing to the eye. After young Master Qingshu landed, He clearly did not expect that after becoming the blue-robed emperor after much difficulty and exhausting many of the sect's resources, he would still suffer a great loss at Xiao Chen's hands. Young Master Qing Shu waved his hand and grasped his folding fan. His aura suddenly changed, rising again as he prepared to fight with all his might. Enough! Young Master Qing Shu, don't forget where this is, Qing Xian said coldly from the Jade Bridge. Young Master Qing Shu's expression changed. Finally he calmed down. Then he looked at Xiao Qin and said, I know why you are here. You want to take away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet in the Four Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. I will absolutely not let you do as you wish. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, I'm just afraid that you do not have that ability. The Blue Dragon King is still as arrogant as ever. A cold snort rang out. A large group of outstanding youths flew over from the northeast. The holy scions of the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the divine dragon palaces of the 4 Seas, the Yin-Yang Paradise, and the myriad fiend island all appeared together. There were also the young treasure master Yiling, the lunar palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyin, and some of the veteran outstanding talents of the previous 5 Seas Hero Gathering. Clearly, someone had gathered this group of outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean earlier. Chu Yang stepped forward and looked at Xiao Qin below. He said indifferently, I was wondering why Brother Qing Shu was gone for so long. It turns out that you are still around. The 5 Poison Sect's holy scion said coldly, You are just a has-been genius of the Kunlun continent, yet you dare to be so unbridled in our heavenly starry ocean. Do you really think that we outstanding talents are just decorations? The crowd below became restless. Unexpectedly, the commotion on the 24 bridges attracted so many outstanding talents. Furthermore, several of the holy scions seemed to be prejudiced against Xiao Qin, not acknowledging him as an outsider. Xiao Qin sized up the group of people in the air. They all had different expressions, but they all appeared to be in high spirits, full of pride and arrogance. He understood that when these people fought for the source of despair in Despair City, they were all shocked by the strength he displayed. Several people wanted to challenge him, but they were not confident. Now that he had advanced to the blue-robed emperor, they were naturally eager to step on him. Xiao Qin, things seem to have gotten a little out of hand, Qi Wuxue, who was at the side, said in a soft voice, finding it hard to control himself. Xiao Chen replied calmly, They will not dare to act rashly in Bright Moon City. Let's go. After saying that, Xiao Qin ignored the mockery of the holy scions. He called out to Long Fei and prepared to leave. Such an attitude immediately angered several people. Several of them could not hold back and wanted to make a move. When Yu Bingyun saw the situation, she said indifferently, Bright Moon City prohibits private fights. If you have any grudges, wait until the 4 Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. Chu Yang snorted coldly and glanced coldly at Xiao Chen's back. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. What Blue Dragon King? He is just a coward. The 5 Poison Sect's holy scion mocked and left with his head held high. The many other outstanding talents also scoffed at Xiao Chen's actions. They felt that he was afraid, which was why he did not dare to face them. Soon, the news of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, who had been missing for 9 months, appearing in Bright Moon City, spread like wildfire. Earlier, several people guessed that Xiao Qin, who had only 20 years left to live, would absolutely not appear. When a person received such grievous news and faced heavy mental pressure, not to mention improving their strength, it would already be a good thing if they did not regress. Right now, Xiao Qin was like the setting sun in the west, the setting sun. Chapter 1097. As for the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean, they were like the sun rising from the east. The blazing sun blazed like fire, growing stronger by the day. What was there to compare? Xiao Chen had come to Bright Moon City just to let a group of outstanding talents who had advanced to blue-robed emperor trample on him and soar, ruining his reputation. Long Fei and Qi Wuxue arrived at Bright Moon City a month ago. They were luckier than most people and managed to rent a quiet and elegant courtyard. The three chatted, talking about the past after they parted. Both sides had their own fortuitous encounters. Long Fei and Qi Wuxue's luck should be pretty good. They had visited several forbidden lands in the Eastern Sea and gained pretty good harvests. Long Fei relied on an even more persistent and determined character than Qi Wuxue's. His talent was not bad in the first place, so he successfully advanced to Quasi-Emperor 3 months ago. Xiao Qin also gave a simple account of his encounters in the heavenly starry ocean. Then he expressed his gratitude for the clue to the despair throne that Long Fei gave him. It's just a small matter. I simply could not take out a proper congratulatory gift, so I used this to deceive them. When speaking of this matter, Long Fei smiled embarrassedly, telling Xiao Qin not to stand on ceremony. Qi Wuxue interjected. Oh, right, Xiao Qin, didn't you obtain a conferred land? When are you going to bring us over to play? Xiao Qin smiled and said, After this 4 Seas hero gathering, the 2 of you can come with me to Heavenly Star Island. Long Fei hesitated for a while before saying, I'm afraid I can't go. Xiao Qin understood that he had just advanced to blue-robed emperor and needed a large amount of resources to break through to small perfection. He needed to rush back to the corpse race to seek the support of his clan. Long Fei could advance to blue-robed emperor at such a young age. His future in the corpse race would definitely be bright. The Corpse God Palace would definitely use a large amount of resources to nurture him. Qi Wuxue smiled and said, You finally made it. Perhaps even the heaven-punishing corpse god's first disciple is no match for you now. Long Fei was silent for a while. Then he shook his head and said, It's not that simple. Aside from me, the younger generation of the Corpse God Palace have all gone to the star battlefield. Their growth is very fast. The heaven-punishing corpse god's disciple has already advanced to the blue-robed emperor half a year ago. Xiao Qin knew a little about the younger generation of the Kunlun continent going to the astral battlefield, but it was extremely limited. As for what was going on, he had no idea at all. Based on Long Fei's words, it seemed like the Corpse God Palace had made arrangements in the heavenly starry ocean as well, allowing him to easily obtain information about this. Xiao Qin asked, Did the younger generation of the Kunlun continent's 5 domains really go to the astral battlefield? Long Fei sighed softly. They all went. However, that place is really not a good place. From what I know, more than half of the outstanding youths have already died in the astral battlefield, never to return. The physical and combat talents of the high-level demons are much stronger than ours. Only the god race and a few powerful ancient races can fight them head-on, right? There's one thing you need to pay special attention to. Feeling curious, Xiao Qin asked, What is it? Long Fei said seriously, Your old opponent, Diwuk, is probably the person who matured the fastest in the astral battlefield. Since he made his debut, he has never been defeated. After losing to you once, he truly matured. Xiao Qin picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he said, That suits me. I also hope to have a fair fight with him. During the king conferral ceremony, Diwuk had taken advantage of the chaos to suppress Xiao Qin while he was fighting with the descendants of the other primes. As for Xiao Qin, he had relied on Ao Jiao's sudden appearance to turn the tables. In the end, the two had not truly fought to their heart's content. Qi Wuxue said indignantly, These so-called holy scions of the heavenly starry ocean are truly frogs in a well. They always think that they are very incredible. In the end, they are nothing compared to the outstanding talents of our Kunlun continent. Clearly, Qi Wuxue still remembered the earlier threat from the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu. Long Fei smiled and said, You can't say that. In terms of overall standards, the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean are definitely weaker than the peak outstanding talents of the various races of the 5 domains. However, there are always oddities everywhere. You cannot underestimate them. I think that the inheritors of the immortal holy lands and the disciples of the large clans are not weak. They cannot be underestimated. Qi Wuxue knew that Long Fei was right. However, he still felt unconvinced. He shouted, "Brother Shao, help me teach this group of outstanding talents a lesson in the Four Seas Hero gathering 3 days from now, especially that young Master Qingshu. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant in the primal chaos domain." Shao Qin smiled and did not say anything. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and put down his wine cup. "Someone is here." Long Fei asked, finding this strange. "Who would come here? Is it to look for Brother Shao? Should Wuxue and I leave?" Shao Qin shook his head and looked at Long Fei. "There's no need. The ones who should leave are me and Wuxue. Your Miss Qingxian is here." "What? Fang Qingxian is coming? I'll go and welcome her. I'll go and welcome her." Hee hee. When Qi Wuxue heard Shao Chen's words, he reacted even faster than Long Fei. He did not look like he wanted to leave at all. Long Fei, on the other hand, appeared calm. Finding this strange, he said, "That should not be the case." Qi Wuxue still had some self-awareness. He had used a trick to cross the 24 bridges. Furthermore, when he gave the engraved medallion, Fang Qingxian did not say that she was coming. Soon, Fang Qingxian and Qi Wuxue arrived at the courtyard. Long Fei quickly stood up and walked over. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Unexpectedly, Miss Fang came as promised." Fang Qingxian smiled softly and said, "No matter what, rules are rules." Young Master Long broke the Jade Bridge Bright Moon formation. Naturally, Qingxian will abide by the rules. After saying that, Fang Qingxian removed her veil, revealing a nearly perfect face that no one could find any flaws. Under the moonlight, she looked even more serene and serene. Qi Wuxue and Long Fei were immediately stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. As Shao Qin drank, he raised his head and took a look. He praised her in his heart. She is indeed a rare beauty. She has her own unique charm. The leader of the lunar palaces, Jade Ladies, truly lives up to her reputation. Long Fei startled awake and hid his flustered expression. Then he smiled and said, "Have a seat. This courtyard is simple and crude, and there is nothing to entertain Miss Fang with. You guys chat. Wuxue and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave first." Shao Qin smiled and put down his wine cup. Then he pulled Qi Wuxue, who was unwilling to leave, away from this place, creating a chance for Long Fei and Fang Qingxian to be alone. After they left, Qi Wuxue sighed, "I gave a great beauty to Long Fei for nothing. This is really a great loss." Shao Qin smiled and said, "Actually, you have to think on the bright side. If Long Fei and Fang Qingxian really have a chance, your chances of finding a lunar palace disciple will be much higher." Qi Wuxue smiled and said, "There are thousands of female disciples in the lunar palace. However, who can compare to Fang Qingxian? Wait, that's not right. The Holy Daughter can. Unfortunately, the Holy Daughter cannot marry." As they chatted and laughed, the two returned to their respective rooms. Shao Qin maintained his good habits. After he returned to his room, he continued cultivating. Right now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of small perfection blue-robed emperor. If he wanted to advance further, a Holy Spirit vein would no longer be able to help him. 10,000 heavenly sage laws gave him a foundation that rivaled that of an ancient martial emperor when he entered the blue-robed emperor. However, this foundation was too great, resulting in his breakthroughs at every stage. All of them required countless more resources than ordinary cultivators. For example, if he did not have a king's spirit vein, he would not be able to break through to great perfection, blue-robed emperor. To merge his heavenly seal, he could only rely on time to slowly accumulate and break through bit by bit. However, what Shao Chun lacked the most was time. As for a king's spirit vein, not to mention whether he could find it or not, Shao Chun knew his limits. Even if he found it, he would not be able to subdue it. For now, Shao Chun could only place his hopes on the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. When the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 8th layer, he would see if he could break through the bottleneck of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, when Shao Chun thought about the lightning tribulation he encountered when breaking through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, the 8th layer would definitely be extraordinary. Dong! 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 In the middle of the night, someone knocked on Shao Chun's door. Shao Chun opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then he opened the door. The one who knocked was the Lunar Palace's Jade Lady, Fong Qingxian. Shao Chun smiled and said, "It is late at night. Miss Qingxian, why are you here instead of returning to the Lunar Palace?" Fong Qingxian smiled and said, "Young Master Shao, it looks like you are not as cold and emotionless as rumored. To think that you can make such a joke. I am here to invite young Master Shao to accompany me to the Lunar Palace." The Lunar Palace was that bright moon in the sky. It seemed like it was unreachable to ordinary people. Even the honored guests of the Immortal Holy Lands rarely heard of it. Shao Chun felt somewhat curious, wondering if he heard wrong. "In that case, I am truly honored." Shao Chun did not hesitate to agree. He had always been curious about the Lunar Palace, taking out the dragon's Gates Mountain tablet as a gift. Since there was a chance, naturally, it would be great if he could make a trip to the real Lunar Palace. As for the danger, there was no need to think about it. If the Lunar Palace wanted to harm him, there were countless opportunities to kill him in Bright Moon City. There was no need to go to such lengths. Fong Qingxian asked curiously, "Although the Lunar Palace has not invited a male for many years, you should not care about this. Why would you feel honored?" Shao Chun smiled helplessly. He had run into a serious lady, so it was not good for him to say too much. He pointed to the front, indicating that she should just lead the way and not say anything else. "There's no need. I have a jade talisman and can send you over now." Without a jade talisman, even if you are Emperor Wu, you can forget about entering the Lunar Palace. Fong Qingxuan's tone contained some pride as she took out a bright moon jade talisman. Then she looked at Shao Chun and said, "Extend your hand." Shao Chun sized up the other party doubtfully. Then he extended his hand. Fong Qingxian grasped the jade talisman with her left hand and grasped Shao Chun's hand with her right. After activating the jade talisman, Fong Qingxuan's body lit up with light. Then she carried Shao Chun away in a flash, disappearing from where they were. This was not the first time Shao Chun saw such a talisman, so he did not find it strange. However, when he felt a chill, he felt a chill. When he felt a chill, Shao Chun opened his eyes and looked around. He discovered that he and Fong Qingxian had appeared on a tall platform. There was a complicated transportation formation under their feet. There was a girl standing guard in each corner. When they saw Fong Qingxian, they bowed gently. "Greetings, Senior Sister Fong." Fong Qingxian let go of Shao Chun's hand and waved at her junior sisters. Then she said calmly, "Follow me. Don't wander off." Chapter 1098. Shao Chun was looking around curiously. When he heard this, he quickly followed. A faint layer of cold qi rose from the ground of the Lunar Palace, looking like an immortal fog lingering. However, it was exceptionally cold. Even with Shao Chun's current cultivation, he felt a chill. This showed how cold it was. Fortunately, the Lunar Palace was filled with flowers and leaves. Occasionally, bell-like laughter came from the women moving about, driving away much of the chill in the Lunar Palace. Indeed, it was as Fong Qingxian said, There was not a single man in this place. Xiao Chen's appearance was very eye-catching. Along the way, several young maidens pointed at him and whispered to each other. Xiao Chen's six senses were very sharp. He could clearly hear all the whispers. He did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard some of them, so he stopped paying attention to them. Fang Qingxian, who was leading the way, stopped. Xiao Chen stopped as well. When he looked ahead, he saw an exquisite and beautiful palace made of white jade. The palace gates were heavily guarded. There were 1,000 steps of white jade, and there was a guard every 10 steps. There were 2 long lines of pretty girls carrying swords on their backs. "Senior Sister Fang, you are finally here," a girl said to Fang Qingxian as she walked down the steps gracefully. Then she sized up Xiao Chen curiously and asked, "Are you the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chen?" Fang Qingxian nodded. "You are the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chen." Before Xiao Chen could answer, Fang Qingxian smiled and said, "Junior Sister Lan, there is no need to verify it. He is the one. You brought him up." "Hee. I was just asking casually. Come with me." At this point, Fang Qingxian no longer stepped forward, letting Xiao Chen enter alone. After climbing the 1,000 steps, Xiao Chen looked up and saw the words Meditation Moon Palace on the palace gates. Xiao Chen paused for a moment. The words on the palace gates gave him a familiar feeling, making him feel exceptionally close. "You may go in." The girl leading the way pushed open the doors and invited Xiao Chen in. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and walked in with large strides. The palace gates slowly closed behind him, but he did not see a single person in the palace. Just as he was feeling suspicious, "Young Master Xiao, we meet again." A familiar voice rang out. Yu Bingyun appeared from the back door, holding the arm of an old woman with a head full of white hair. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. Hidden within her frail body was a power that could destroy all things, causing Xiao Chen to shiver. However, there was a smell of decay on their bodies, and they were lethargic. They were no different from the 3 great fiends Xiao Chen met in Despair City. This was a sign of one's lifespan reaching its end, about to pass away in meditation. Unless one had exceptional spiritual medicines, it would be difficult for them to continue living. Furthermore, the old woman before them looked much older than the 3 old demons. Time and the marks left on her body were even deeper. Even a divine medicine that could extend one's lifespan would not have any effect on this old woman. Yu Bingyun whispered, "Master, he is the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen." The old woman's footsteps waned. As she looked at Xiao Chen, she revealed a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with reminiscence as she said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Bingyun, withdraw first. I want to speak with him alone." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly at Xiao Chen before withdrawing. Now, only Xiao Chen and the old woman before him remained in the spacious jade-white palace. "Young man, will you accompany this old woman for a chat?" Xiao Chen did not dare to delay. He nodded in agreement and walked over to help the old woman to a stone table in the corner of the palace. The old woman's voice trembled somewhat as she asked several questions about the Xiao clan in the lower realm. Xiao Chen did not understand, but he still explained everything in detail. As the old woman listened, tears flowed out of her eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, "What a distant memory. Back then, the ancestor of the Ying clan and I escorted your Xiao clan away. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years have passed. When I was alive, I was glorious. After I left, I did not expect that Xiao Chen's line would fall into such dire straits." Xiao Chen was shocked. Was the person the old woman mentioned referring to the Qing Emperor of the past? Could it be that she had met the Qing Emperor before? Or did the two of them have some sort of interaction? That was impossible. There was only one person from the same era as the Qing Emperor, the Thunder King. 10,000 years after the Qing Emperor died, he was still alive, shaking the world with his might. The Thunder King was already a miracle, a living legend, an immortal myth. It was impossible for there to be a second person from the same era as the Qing Emperor to be alive in this world. Even sovereign martial emperors could only live for 5,000 years. Only primes could live for more than 10,000 years. However, after 10,000 years, there would be a tribulation every year, known as the 10,000-year tribulation. Every time one survived a 10,000-year tribulation, the next one would double in intensity. Tribulation after tribulation was difficult. No one could survive it forever. Regular primes could only survive 10,000-year tribulation at most. Only the Thunder King was an exception. No one knew how he managed to survive for several thousand years in one go. Wait, it might not be impossible. Xiao Chen thought of the lunar palace's longevity art. That profound cultivation technique was still fresh in his memory. The old lady continued to ask questions about Xiao Chen, and they were all about himself. Xiao Chen suppressed the questions in his heart and told the old woman about his encounters in the past few years. It is like how he was back then, surrounded by enemies. However, he suffered even more than you did when he was young. At that time, the deity race was far stronger than it is now. The land of the three holy masters was also much more glorious than it is now. At that time, the fiend race had fiend gods. The corpse god palace and the ghost race were much more high-profile than they are now. However, he killed them all by himself. He killed anyone who was not convinced. He destroyed the souls of many primes. Countless sovereign martial emperors fell to his saber. He personally massacred a glorious age of geniuses. Xiao Chen had heard a little about the Qing Emperor's methods. Back then, the Qing Emperor had made too many enemies. After he died mysteriously, the Dragon's Gate crumbled overnight. However, the words of others were not as shocking as the old woman's. It was like a bloody scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. At this point, Xiao Chen no longer doubted the old woman's identity. The vicissitudes in the old woman's words and the sorrow in her expression were not something that could be faked easily. If you were given another chance, would you regret announcing your identity as the Qing Emperor's descendant on the proud son of heaven ranking? The old woman changed the topic, asking Xiao Chen a question. That was the turning point for Xiao Chen in the Kunlun realm. Since then, he had been facing heavy pressure. It could even be said that everything that happened now stemmed from that time when he publicly acknowledged his identity as the Qing Emperor's descendant. However, he did not regret it at all. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I don't regret it." The old woman did not ask why. She stood up tremblingly and sighed. "You don't regret it?" "That's right. From the moment you awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, you were destined not to regret it." Seeing that the old woman was about to leave, no longer interested in continuing the conversation, Xiao Chen quickly stood up. He still had many questions that he had not asked. However, the moment he stood up, he did not know which to ask. As the old woman slowly walked away, about to disappear around the corner of the palace, Xiao Chen asked, "Senior, can you tell me how the Qing Emperor died back then?" The old woman did not turn around. She only let out a drawn-out sigh. "Do you think that such a tyrannical person will have a good end? Since that is the case, it is better not to know." "Senior." Feeling anxious, Xiao Chen stepped forward and called out again. "Young Master Xiao, Master is tired. Let her rest." Yu Bingyun appeared and advised Xiao Chen, not letting him continue. It was not easy to meet such a person. In the end, it was the other party who kept asking him questions. After asking for so long, when Xiao Chen wanted to ask, the other party had already left. Xiao Chen felt it was a pity. However, he was not a person who liked to force things, so he just shook his head and let it go. "I can answer young master Zhao's question." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Yu Bingyun with some disbelief. Yu Bingyun said calmly, "Actually, you should be able to guess how the Qing Emperor died. Just look at why so many holy lands and major characters want to kill you, and you will know." Xiao Chen asked, You mean to say that people surrounded and killed the Qing emperor? Yu Bingyun nodded and said, "Why are there no traces of the Qing emperor's death?" "That is because the various holy lands are too ashamed to record it. In every era, there will be a martial emperor who can sweep through the world, gathering the heavenly Tao's luck and becoming unrivaled. The era 10,000 years ago was the Qing emperor. The era before the Qing emperor was the Tianwu emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty. Back then, for some reason, the Qing emperor fell out with the Tianwu emperor's inheritor, resulting in a huge battle. This battle not only shocked everyone, even destroying the Tianwu dynasty that the many factions of the Kunlun realm feared, but it also ended the legend of the Qing emperor." Shaoqin nodded. He knew about this. In the end, the Qing emperor won. He even saw the heavenly flames, origin flame, that the Qing emperor used the deity sovereign's blood to seal in the Blue Dragon Palace. After that, the Tianwu dynasty vanished like smoke in the vast demonic calamity, becoming the legend and history of the Sky Dome realm. As for what happened after that, Shaoqin was not clear. The records of the various factions stopped there as well. Then, they suddenly jumped to the Qing emperor's death and the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. "I know all this. I want to know what happened after that." Yu Bingyun did not rush to answer. Instead, she said, "Come with me." Shao Chen followed Yu Bingyun all the way to a staircase. Then they followed the staircase up and arrived at the top of the Meditation Moon Palace. Standing there, Shaoqin could vaguely make out the silhouette of Bright Moon City. There were tens of thousands of lanterns lit up there, looking as bustling as ever. Yu Bingyun looked down and said, "Even if the descendants of the Tianwu emperor are not as strong as their ancestors, they're not to be trifled with. Furthermore, they have the horrifying heavenly flame. Although the Qing emperor killed the last Tianwu dynasty martial emperor, he was significantly injured. After that, he was surrounded by the 18 demon monarchs. However, he remained valiant, defeating the 18 demon monarchs. Even when the Dark Church's churchmaster made a move, he could not kill him, allowing him to retreat and return to the Kunlun realm. However, he did not receive a welcome in the Kunlun realm. Instead, he was surrounded. He did not get burned to death by the heavenly flame or killed by the demon monarchs. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people in the Kunlun realm. When Shaoqin heard this, he entered deep thought. He felt that there were many points in Yu Bingyun's words that were worth discussing.